make sure that I have got my quality options. And assuming I do, we'll be ready to jump back into Outer Wilds. Cool. All right. I didn't have the game started up because I'm a hack. I think I kind of started this game when I was feeling a bit sick. Oh, I don't have my gameplay pad. Let me get that. I've been trying to rearrange my desk. I'm thinking of getting into Elite Dangerous, and I do actually have HOTAS for it. But it's not easy to keep everything on the desk. But anyways, I wasn't feeling great when I started Outer Wilds to begin with, and it feels like the last couple of weeks have definitely been me sort of trying to get myself sorted out again, I guess. And I'm not 100% back because obviously I have been starting later and later on sort of the Friday nights, and then of course I did miss a cast on Monday, and as a result the Tuesday pre-recorded video was also missing. But I think I feel like I'm in a little bit of a better place. I think that is also because I spent a lot of time sort of resting today. I'm going to enjoy the really nice music for a bit. I'll catch up, and then we'll be ready to go. I'm actually debating about turning the volume for the game up a little bit. Hopefully we can get some feedback on that in chat in a little while. Everything sort of feels a bit lower, but I'm not opposed to not having everything at maximum volume for a while. Anyways, I'm just going to take a quick sip of coffee. But yeah, so my hope will be for next week for things to kind of be back to normal. And for myself, in my own province, we're starting to do sort of the phase unlocks and whatnot. And I thought it'd be really nice to go and visit a used bookstore that I used to go to. It's actually the first bookstore I went to, or maybe it was the second. Anyways, there's this place in Vancouver that I really like called McLeod's Books. And as it happens, I believe if you've seen the Amazon show Man in the High Castle, I believe that is actually a set. It looked really familiar when I saw it anyway. I used to love going in there. In fact, most of my classics texts, I really love the Penguin classics. It's sometimes hit or miss on some things. I know a lot of people really like, seem to like at least, Richmond Lattimore's translation of the Odyssey and the Iliad. I'll admit I've never really read it because I'm an incredibly big fan of Robert Fagles. He's done translations of the Odyssey, the Iliad, the Aeneid, as well as a couple of Sophocles plays. I really like his Oedipus. I really like Oedipus. Is it Oedipus at Colonus? It's not. It's the lesser known, but I think in many ways better. I think he also has one of Antigone, and I think he's done some of Aeschylus, but I don't believe he's done any of Euripides. Anyways, that part of Vancouver. Again, this is not related to Outer Wilds, but I thought I'd share. That part of Vancouver is really special to me, and it's one I miss a lot because when I moved to Vancouver, it was specifically to work in movies, and it wasn't always working in movies because when I got there, it was during a downturn in the film industry, so it was really hard to find work. But sort of in sheer desperation, when my music player broke, I should maybe explain to you, like, I had a very mixed high school sort of record. Like, I think probably most people who would describe me then would sort of say I was reasonably clever. For the English courses I was in, sort of honors English literature. And for a brief period of time, I actually did rather well in math, and then that just sort of all fell apart. And I think if I have to admit to myself, part of that was because I sort of knew I was going to be going to film. I'm like, well, creative people don't need to worry about this stuff, right? So, I did maybe a little bit of chemistry, but I don't remember all that much of it. And yeah, like it definitely lost a lot of discipline on that. And so I had a certain conception of myself as not being particularly bright or particularly good at academics. Maybe not particularly bright is overstating it a little bit, but definitely any cleverness that I would have would definitely be oriented around sort of the production and dissemination of video images. But like I said, my music player broke. I didn't exactly have a lot of money, and so out of sheer desperation, I went and I got a library card. And Vancouver the main library has this wonderful Coliseum-looking building, and it's like 6 floors just full of books. Hey, how you doing, Uncle Cranky? I'm getting nostalgic for Vancouver. I will get to the point, and then we can start Outer Wilds again. But it's not bad to give people a chance to come in because I've been going a little bit. I've been going a little bit later. I feel like the start time has been creeping up and up and up. I'm also really sorry I caught you at a bad time the other day. I'm always excited to see your casts, so I hope you have a good time for the next one. But anyways, I suppose I should probably get to the point on this. So it might even just be because these books were on the 2nd floor. So you go into like the main branch, and you go up the first set of stairs, and sort of to your right there would be the philosophy section, and to the left there would be the classics. As in specifically, ancient Greek and Roman works. And so, that was I think that was when I finally got to properly sit down and read some works of philosophy that I'd sort of wanted to tackle and hadn't. That was where I first found Ovid. That was amazing. I still love Metamorphoses. I love everything Ovid's done. And it sort of woke something up inside of me that I really enjoyed. And so, reconnecting with that love of reading I thought was really important. And to have a used bookstore pretty much on the way to the library, and particularly one where, because Penguin Classics are sort of these mass market paperbacks, and they tend to have, the quote-unquote great works. There's lots of them. It's a very liquid market. If I want to pull out academics. Going in there and browsing, and then being able to pick up some really inexpensive books that were in line with the sort of stuff I was enjoying in the library was nice. So this place in Ottawa has, first of all, it's got some really good finds there. There's a book on ancient Greek philosophy that I really want. I'd been searching for a long time, but the person I was with really wanted it. And the thing that's such a shame is I'm not really on speaking terms with them anymore. And I happen to know that they never read the book. It was just sort of, I gave it up, and it never really went anywhere. Anyway, obviously, when everything is shut down, and particularly used bookstores, which tend to be very crammed, this is going to be the sort of stuff that's first on the list to be closed. But in an effort to try and sort of bring things back, reinvigorate myself, but also just get out of the house, and that I think tomorrow I'm going to finally relive a fond memory and revisit that bookstore and I don't know, make myself feel normal through consumption. That's how that works, right? Anyways, one of the reasons why, it's just a chance for me to let people kind of come in and hear about the Outer Wilds, but I think one of the reasons why I wanted to tell that particular story was there's something about the Outer Wilds. So if you know that little bit about my background and the way I like approaching games, there's something about being able to just jump into something unknown and follow its own logic and make of it what you will. that actually the other thing too is the longer I talk, the more you get to see this really nice little design for the title screen. This will give you kind of two views, and I'm not going to advocate for one version being better than the other, although I know I am much more inclined towards one than the other. If you know that a large part of my connection with academic topics or other points of study is through being confronted with... Now again, I wasn't completely without a map. I mean, the origins of my interest in philosophy and all of that can go back to Sid Meier's Alpha Centauri, because there's only so many times you can read the quotes from works of philosophy and want to read who Kierkegaard was and Plato and Aristotle and all the other things that were connected or were referenced in that game. But if you think about the experience of going into a library and you want to be entertained, but you don't really have a clear idea of what book you want on your own, and you're just going to go through the shelves and find something. There's a logic inside of a library where everything is set up, but it's sort of up to you to decide what you want to make of it. It's just like the bookstore, the used bookstore. It's not Amazon. Everything is not there. You're going to go through the shelves, and what's wonderful about this, and this is why I particularly love libraries and physically going to libraries, is that it's an inefficient search as you walk on your way to your topic. And I know this for a fact because I've found so many interesting books, specifically going to the economics section at the UBC library, which is in the basement and at the very far back. I'd always have to pass other stuff up to and including the classics, and I would find new and interesting books purely because they had interesting covers, and again, because of that inefficient search, I would find something new. And it's very, if you think about why I like Outer Wilds and why I like playing games the way that I do, is a lot of this is coming back to those experiences inside of libraries, coming back to the idea of things that have their own internal logic. They've clearly been created by people and they have an idea about how you're supposed to go through it, but the sign, there are little markers that have been left for you that it's up to you to decide what you want to make of them. And there's that process. Outer Wilds does a really good job of creating a world that I just enjoy walking around in. And so, to me, one of the things that's really big about, enjoying a game like this is that it's the game version of me going to these places full of books and, kind of with this nice anticipation that there's going to be something new for me to find. Or maybe I'm going to discover that thing that I was looking for a really long time and I never thought I would find. So I now have the entire the Modern Library, which is another book series I like. I have their entire war collection now. And I never thought when I got the first of that series, I never thought I was ever going to see another title, let alone all of them. And this is very different from Googling it, right? There's lots of games with very good wikis, and you can learn a lot about them, and you can get the most efficient path from sort of A to B. And there's nothing wrong with playing those games that way. If you like beating games, and if you like sort of mastering them and understanding, exactly how the mechanics work, you can hit the books and you can study and you can do it that way. But I think in the end, while I'm really just talking about what my weekend plans were, this kind of gets to why I think Outer Wilds is a special game and why I keep coming back to it. Anyways, this is an inflated introduction. I still have half a cup of coffee, so I'm going to take one more big drink, and we'll come back to the game. Why? Uh-oh. Looks like my control... Oh, you know what? I bet it's the HOTAS that's... Yep. Alright. That will not do. I hope this isn't my mic. Okay, looks like I'm gonna have to reset the game. Sorry about that. How is everyone doing tonight? Yeah, it's funny because I guess I've been doing a lot more sci-fi games recently. But it's a really weird one to have up when I'm playing something like Crusader Kings. I'll be honest, my desktop, Glager says, good, playing Last of Us Part 2, might take a break now. Well, from what I hear, The Last of Us Part 2 is a very, very good game, so I don't know if I'm going to be able to compete with it. I don't have a PlayStation, so I'm not going to be able to experience it, but my old, it was both my microeconomics professor that I TA'd for, but he also did a cost-benefit analysis course that I did, so this is like policy stuff. He was a gamer and really liked. I'm definitely gonna have to figure out what's going on with that. He was huge into Last of Us Part 2. All right, so we are going to do a recap in the ship log. Ooh. So I don't think there's anything new, at least by the standards of the game, but we'll see. So the biggest thing that I can sort of think about would be the fact that we now have this idea of shooting ourselves up to the moon, but the temple needs to be in a specific location, and I haven't quite been able to get a read on exactly how I sort of work out the positions for everything. Sean, how you doing? You missed me going on at great length about why I like used bookstores. So it's good to see you as always. So I am somewhat of the view that I may not have enough information. So it's pretty clear that like I've got a. It seems to me that I've got an indicator about where the moon is, based on my scope, my signal scope. It's not at all clear to me how I'm quite supposed to travel up. I mean, the location. The location gives me some details, but it doesn't fully. I don't think it fully covers everything. So I am somewhat of the view that maybe I should be checking out other locations. I'm also a little curious in terms of just the whole coloring and whatnot. I'm sort of taking this as saying that there's more stuff for me to do, but that might be wrong because I mean, again, we've got the grays, we've got the greens. So the eye signal locator, I think it's fairly clear. We haven't done everything yet. So Nomai device created to pinpoint sources of distant signals. The Nomai were disappointed in their failure to detect a signal from something called the Eye in the Universe. We've already found Rybek's camp. I don't really think there was anything else to do here. We've got the Southern Observatory. A new, more sensitive locator the Nomai built in this observatory was unable to detect any trace of the Eye's signal. Based on their knowledge of the quantum moon, the Nomai believed that the Eye was in a distant orbit around the Sun. The Nomai decided to stop searching for the Eye's signal and instead look for it visually by sending out a deep space probe. There were concerns that the probability of launching a probe in the correct direction would be absurdly small. So I believe that is the cannon we just saw fire. The Nomai decided to construct a probe cannon in orbit. Oh wait, no, no, Giant's Deep. Yes, that's the right one. So I believe this is the thing we just saw blow up. So tornado simulation. Most cyclones on Giant's Deep rotate clockwise. These are cyclones that the Nomai use to send components into orbit. There also exists a rarer type of cyclone that spins in the opposite direction and pushes objects beneath the waters and below the current. There's not a whole lot for us. Yeah, I think that's nice too. I mean, I'm happy that this game got financial support through its period with Epic. But I think the big difference is that I'm excited by the Epic Store for a lot of reasons, but this doesn't mean that I am a partisan for it. I definitely think that, like, the reason I am excited for the idea of multiple storefronts is the options and the variety and, you know, all the benefits of competition that gives for us. So what's nice now is that all of this cool stuff that we've been interested in, you know, Hades, Outer Wilds, I think After Party should probably be coming out relatively soon. You know, all of these things are now finding wider audiences, having sort of met their success and seeing the viability of coming out onto other platforms. There is a small drawback, of course, is that ultimately these new discoveries will be generating less for their creators than what the more favorable revenues or revenue shares will be on those platforms. But in the end, I mean, that's up to the creators to decide how they want to price things. Well, I mean, it is kind of up to them, except that Steam has put in conditions saying exactly how they can price their games. So I guess it isn't up for them to decide. But like in the end, it's up to us to decide whether or not we want to buy a game, and up to them to kind of create something within the bounds of what their returns can be. So it's neat that we're now sort of in this phase. Like, the big thing now is that we're kind of moving out of this phase where everybody's just immediately mad about the fact that they can't access everything right away, and it's now a chance for these games to sort of find a broader audience. So Octobread, this is actually an issue that people bring up. This is something that people brought up with early access, and it's hard to generalize because in the end, I think what people are really interested in on these kinds of questions is, you know, I'm not worried about the average or the general. I'm interested in, am I going to benefit from that? And I think there's a very similar sense that people get with saying that, you know, you blow your release with early access. It's, you know, an unfinished version of the game that a subset of people are going to be interested in. And then you have your second release when the full thing comes out. And sort of you cannibalize your audience because, of course, the new and trending tab is kind of important for games on Steam. But at least the developers that have released information about early access seem to indicate that early access games, if anything, have generally done a bit better. Now, it's important to remember there's a little bit of survivorship going on in there, in the sense that, you know, there's going to be a lot of early access stuff that doesn't find its audience and ultimately does not leave the early access stage. But I think those examples are at least enough to say that the idea of two releases, if we want to call it that, is certainly not a necessary condition for failure. And if, you know, it seems that these games have been able to do well. I think probably the best example of it would be Sunless Skies, which had a fairly famous kind of panic. I think their early access sales were about 15% of the original release. I mean, this is after a successful Kickstarter too, so I think their early access sales were about 15% of what Sunless Seas was. So this is the benefit of having all the accolades and whatnot. But when it came out on release, it was quite a successful game. And so I think, you know, every game is going to find its own path. But my suspicion here, I think the big thing is that in the end, with most independent games, there's always going to be more people who haven't heard of it than have heard of it. And so the release on a new platform, even something like Origin, like I have discovered new stuff through the Origin Access program. And so it's, I think the biggest thing is that I need to realize the average gamer probably doesn't, like, they don't obsessively find out about what the next big thing is. They're not always on Twitter, and they're not following every game outlet. And even though I do stuff like that, I'm still finding new games. And so I do tend to think that if you go on a large store, it's more likely that you're going to find a bigger audience. I mean, that almost seems kind of tautological, but But yeah, in this particular case, I suspect there's a point where people are going to be discovering Outer Wilds for the first time, and that ultimately the benefit outweighs the double release. Hello, Midori Misha. All right, so this implies that if I'm following this idea that we've got color for things that have not been fully... So the game does say that, you haven't fully explored everything, but it seems here... So we've got Feldspar is alive, they crashed their ship and are now camping inside a huge anglerfish skeleton. Feldspar doesn't think that my scout tracker is wrong when it says my scout is in 2 places at once. They have a theory that space doesn't work the same inside Dark Bramble. Feldspar doesn't sound overly eager to return to civilization. They've been enjoying the relative peace and quiet. And then frozen jellyfish. So what I'm thinking here is that this is probably related to Giant's Deep, and this is why this isn't grayed out. Feldspar documented their attempts to eat this enormous jellyfish frozen in the ice. The outside was all rubbery and tough, possibly because it insulates the jellyfish's insides from getting zapped by electricity. Feldspar decided to venture into the jellyfish's interior cavity to see if it tasted any better on the inside. After tasting the inside of the jellyfish, Feldspar concluded that these jellyfish are only useful for insulation against electricity. So, I'm taking all of this as indications for Giant's Deep, which I suppose is probably the point where I would say, if I'm going to go to another planet, Giant's Deep is probably the most logical next step. Orbital probe cannon. So, I am going to visit the orbital probe cannon first, I think. Where else were we? I'm kind of interested in the fact that it looks like the two orange... I've got 2 ends of the orange line to check out. But let's do red because there's... Oh, that's right. Red... red was the escape pods. So one of the 3 Nomai escape pods that crashed in our solar system. All 3 escape pods launched from something called the Vessel, which was badly damaged. Nomai constructed a temporary settlement beneath their crashed escape pod. The Nomai worked together to recall an eye-shaped signal that they encountered while aboard the vessel. The signal was somehow older than the universe itself, and the Nomai decided to call it the Eye of the Universe. And we still haven't found everything in the old settlement, which would probably be my biggest argument for going back to the planet that I've refused to leave. Nomai learned how to evade anglerfish, theoretically at least by studying an anglerfish fossil they found on Ember Twin. The vessel's warp core broke when the ship crashed into Dark Bramble. And so, mural of a Nomai vessel encountering a signal. Mural of Dark Bramble ensnaring the Nomai vessel. Black Hole Forge. The Black Hole Forge is suspended below the Hanging City. I found a switch in the Meltwater District that raises and lowers the forge. The Black Hole Forge District is the highest district in the Hanging City. A Nomai named Poke planned to create a new advanced warp core in the Black Hole Forge. Now, I don't think we found a way to the Black Hole Forge yet, but we'll see. Whitehole Station. Every Nomai warp tower is tuned to a specific astral body. To use a tower, you must be standing on the warp platform during the tower's alignment with its corresponding astral body. The alignment happens when the astral body is directly overhead. The Nomai noticed something strange. Warp objects appeared to arrive at the receiver on Brittle Hollow slightly before they departed the Whitehole Station. This negative time interval between an object arriving and departing was incredibly minuscule, roughly 1/100,000th of a second. The Nomai were skeptical if their equipment could even measure time to such a small degree. Oh, that's wonderful to hear, Midori Misha. No problem at all. I do hope you enjoy playing the game and exploring it on your own. Definitely, I'll look forward to chatting when we're both through it. The negative time interval measured at the Whitehole Station was further investigated at the High Energy Lab in the Canyon of Ember Twin's equator. Right, so if I want to move on. I'm sorry to be reading all of this, but it's not bad to get a This is it's nice for me for a recap, so I don't need to say, what the hell are we doing? Although I kind of already said, well, I'm looking at the quantum moon. But yeah, let's carry on. So we've got the gravity cannon, a huge cylindrical structure that generates a strong upward gravity field. I recall the Nomai shuttle from the quantum moon. The Nomai built a shrine on the quantum moon to aid in the pilgrimage to its 6th location. Remember this final rule: to explore the 6th location, the shrine must be on the moon's north pole. So this is the challenge, right? How do we identify where the shrine is? The pilgrimage to the quantum moon was a deeply significant journey for the Nomai. After two groups of Nomai stranded on Ember Twin and Brittle Hollow were reunited, it became their united goal to find and visit the Quantum Moon. So this is a big tell here. I don't think I said this. I definitely thought it, but I don't think I actually said it out loud on the previous stream. But one of the things that makes me think it's a fool's errand to try and find the Quantum Moon by only visiting Brittle Hollow is the fact that the Nomai reunited before finding the Quantum Moon. So this, of course, would be an argument not to go to Giant's Deep, but to go to Ember Twin first. They've got the Quantum Shrine. The Nomai built a shrine on the Quantum Moon to aid in the pilgrimage to its sixth location. The sixth location, many Nomai went on a pilgrimage during which the Quantum Moon carried them to its sixth and most secret location. To explore the sixth location, the shrine on the Quantum Moon must be on the Moon's North Pole. Now, this is the other thing that's kind of important too, is that this is the idea of the Quantum Moon moving from location to location. And so there is, I suspect, a difference between visiting the Quantum Moon and visiting the sixth location. I believe you could visit the Quantum Moon while being in something that isn't the sixth location on the basis of that. Solanum's shuttle. A Nomai named Solanum landed her shuttle on the Quantum Moon's South Pole and prepared to make the rest of the journey on foot. Visitors to the Quantum Moon always arrive at the South Pole for reasons unknown to the Nomai. Northern Glacier, the North Pole of Brittle Hollow is covered in snow and ice. There is a uniquely shaped Nomai ruin on the surface. The Nomai were able to warp here from Whitehole Station. This is where they first recreated warp technology. Now, what interests me here is how the Northern Glacier points to the Quantum Moon. It is possible that, you know, I've used the Northern Glacier to go from Whitehole Station, and it's possible that the other end of that will actually allow me to zip up to the Quantum Moon. That's another possibility that I haven't explored. The Quantum Shard. So we've seen an example of this on our home planet, a strange rock shard that wanders when no one is watching. The Nomai determined this shard is the reason that objects in this grove behave in a quantum manner. The Nomai hypothesized that this shard is actually a piece of the Quantum Moon. This shard emits the same signal as the Quantum Moon. Nomai detected quantum signal coming from somewhere on Giant's Deep, from the Hourglass Twins, and from somewhere on Timber Hearth. Now, what's interesting here is that, so we've got a question mark. Actually, what I'll maybe, I'll break my rule saying, so this is kind of a little bit of a throw. Oh, actually, I'll suit up. This will probably be a little bit of a throwaway run, seeing as I'm losing time. But what does interest me here, let's see how good I am at the whole flying business. Could have been worse. I almost had it. So we've got the museum shard, but it's not counting that as being the shard on the... .344 meters. I'm not sure if that would be within the planet or not. But yeah, that does sort of interest me that it's not counting this guy. Most important action in the game. Oh, that's a nice touch. Also, it looked like there's a... I wonder if this is the anti-gravity. Because like it looks like pulleys and all of that are going up, but the purple sort of makes it look like it might be one of those anti-gravity elements. All right. So this is mostly for my curiosity, because I'm not exactly sure how large this planet is supposed to be. But this game is certainly... Okay, so there's a museum shard. So I'm willing to guess... hang on. Oops! Yeah, so I definitely have not seen everything on Timberhearth. So... Careful. Let's take a quick peek at what we've got here. Oh, you know what? I bet this is the camera that I always kept avoiding, or not avoiding, but missing. Alright, so I'm assuming that there needs to be an alignment before this, this will activate. I'm assuming there's kind of like another sort of equivalent to the white hole gate that that this is running with. But again, until I have a really clear indication about where that's going to be sending me, I'm just sort of wasting time if I sit and wait for things to happen. I am, however, going to check out what's down here. Although I might want to see whether or not I have a credible path. I think it'll be a little tricky, but I think I should be able to get back to my ship. The one thing I'm trying not to do is strand myself. I'm also a little intrigued by the fact there's no music playing. Alright, so this is a bit of a... This should be a bit of a scary area. Yeah. I wonder if the idea is that if you fail to make a jump, no? So the ghost matter doesn't actually seem to have been all that much of a deterrent to me. I think there's one case where I wasn't able to go through a room because of the ghost matter, but it's definitely been telegraphed quite well, and aha. Right, so either there's a cave here, or it doesn't, I'm not going to be able to make, Sorry, I don't have a lot to say right now, just because this is like a world that I kind of had thought I had explored everything with. There's clearly something more. There's clearly more presenting for me to... Well, I mean, so I suppose there's always the danger, you know, much like in real life, not every location you visit is necessarily going to have deep and personal significance. But I'm going to make a guess there's something for me here. But of course, it always invites the question, is now the time for me to be looking for that something else? I may not have enough information. This is actually one thing that I find kind of interesting. That seed that I found, you know, it gave me a little placeholder in terms of, you know, what was going on. Maybe it's something I want to check out. But it was sort of up to me to sort of check it out at the right time to be able to make any sense of what was going on. Okay, well, the hypothesis of the cave is sort of working out. I'd rather you guys maybe just let me play the game. I will be perfectly happy to... Alright, that's... Oh no, that's not as intriguing. I'd be perfectly happy to fail or succeed on my own merits. I do know that the game is willing to kill me. Alright, well, I just screwed myself. I suspect that's exactly why that waterfall was there. So the pressure's really intense. Okay. So I'm doing okay for oxygen now, but... Oh, hang on. Alright. I'm not as doomed as I thought I would be. Oops. So I'm happy to be shot up by I'm happy to be shot up by the vents if I have to, but I feel like there might be a bit more for me to investigate. So my guess is at some point there's going to be a control to go up and down that I find. I'm still amazed by how much ore the Ash Twin project requires. Isn't this the ore for the remaining towers being built on Ash Twin? The completed towers I've seen are quite large. No, the material for those towers is all being taken from Ash Twin. The ore we're missing here will be used to craft an immensely thick protective shell that will completely seal off the chamber inside Ash Twin's core. If they're sealing off all entrances, I hope they've planned a core Dingley. Or is it Dingley or... yeah. I thought you had been I thought you had forbidden your apprentice from making puns, Coleus. How else would he improve? All right, on the offshoot on the sealing off the chamber, I'm relieved by our clan's decision to use Timber Hearth's ore only for constructing the shell. If eventually life on this planet were to evolve to the point of advanced metallurgy, I'm confident we won't have destroyed their ability to create. So I'm just going to take a quick second for some more coffee. I think I left my mobile somewhere else, so if somebody's been trying to get in touch with me, I probably haven't been able to read your messages. Sorry about that. All right. I'm gonna guess this is probably where a lot of the material from the museums came from. All right, so there's definitely stuff for me to... there are three... The fact that there are three opened here kind of interests me. So I don't know if these will correspond to statues that we will eventually find, or if these are possibly sort of save and reload points. But I'm very interested in the implications of that. My gratitude for the latest shipment, Onio. This ore should be the last, the last that we'll need for the Ash Twin project. This is exciting news. Can I offer an extra set of eyes for this final check, specifically mine? If my work here is complete, I would be delighted to help. We'd be grateful if you would. The more eyes, the better, as the smallest flaw in, or opening in the shell that protects the Ash Twin project could lead to disaster. Once we finish the shell that seals off the central chamber, we'll check to ensure that there are no longer any physical entrances. Rami and I will be checking the interior and then exterior for cracks, our final safety check. So I'm assuming that that's going to mean when I eventually get to Ash Twin, I'm going to have to find some way inside that... Also, I keep forgetting I probably want to, again, if I can, I want to see if I can find some control for that elevator. I'm assuming the existence of this waterfall is specifically to stop me from being able to jump from sort of ledge to ledge. So instead... Oh, but that's probably going to lead me outside again. Yeah. I am mildly intrigued as to whether or not that changes anything. I'm sort of spoiled for choice in terms of places to go. I think I picked the one place that isn't interesting for me to go. Alright. Might be that a particularly, you know, clever ride up the geyser would have helped me there, but I am not clever, so. I'm not really sure this gives me anything that I need right now. I mean, I suppose I could, instead of going to each of these holes, I could figure it out there. It does light the chamber for me, which is kind of nice. But I have a distinct feeling that I've not seen everything I need to here. Now I'm curious, do these things get picked up by the... Yes, they do. Okay. Rather hoping I'd be able to look down. But... I mean, assuming that there is anything down, it might be that I'm making a bigger deal about that than I should have. Yeah, so I suppose what's kind of interesting here is that there's that part that moves up, but it doesn't actually seem to indicate that there's any lower level to it. It just seems to go to the ground, so... It sort of looks... Okay, that was just a trick of the light. Like I said, I am not convinced that I've seen everything I need to inside of this cave, but there is the open question as to whether or not it's to my benefit to keep checking this place out, because I don't have as clear... So, when you see like a wall with writing, you're like, okay, that is interesting and that is worth investigating because, you know, it's archaeology. There's clearly something I'm going to learn from doing that. My original purpose for coming in here, of course, was to see if I could get closer to the center. We're still 300 meters short, which is fine, because, I mean, again, there wasn't really a guarantee that was ever gonna give us what we wanted. Not quite sure what I thought I was doing with that, but... Well, you know what? Let's try ride the natural elevator. Oh, looks like our time here has come to an end anyway. Well, damn it. I was rather intrigued by the fact that they're colored at a distance and then went gray. I suppose in the worst case scenario, I've got some. Actually, here's something I'm curious about. Oh yeah, so it does show the sun. I suppose there might be something to be said for the fact that I can sort of see the state of the world. Like, so I really like the little map in the museum. It does interest me that I do get to see the state of the world at in the map. I'm not as convinced that this is showing me, or this will show me where the moon. Well, nope. I guess that is the quantum moon that we're seeing right there. So I guess we got a couple of logs. The big question is whether or not I want to go back there right now. I'm definitely intrigued by the fact that there's more stuff for me to check out on Timber Hearth. And at least, I mean, again, relying on the log strikes me as a dangerous proposition because I'm not entirely clear when it decides it's worthy of like being grayed out or not. But I am mildly intrigued by the fact that there may be a shard which I haven't accounted for on Timber Hearth. All right. Know My Mines and the Ash Twin Project. Oops. The Know My Mind ore for this site to craft a protective shell designed to physically seal off the central chamber inside Ash Twin. Once the shell was finished, the Nomai checked to ensure that there were no longer any physical entrances or cracks. The central chamber inside Ash Twin was physically sealed off by an immensely thick protective wall. And if you guys can just give me a quick second. I just need to step away from the keyboard for a quick second. While I'm doing it, I'm gonna take a minute to refill my water. But this is gonna be a little dry, so sorry for that. I'll keep it quick. Okay, sorry about that. What were the other details I was looking at? Actually, while I'm at it, sorry, guys. I probably shouldn't have picked up my mobile while I was out, but there was a message somebody had for me, which I left someone in a little bit of distress before I started the stream, and Sorry. The game tabbed out. I did just see a message from them. I don't want to leave them hanging, so I'm sorry to do that. I want to keep it focused on the game, but this is one of these cases where I want to just address that really quick. All right, and I even got a mild rant in. They're fine. So, I suppose my question would be, or not my question, but, well, yeah, it's sort of a question. Do I want to keep messing around with Timber Hearth? Actually, you know what? I'm going to give myself a little holiday, and I kind of want to see where this river goes. Okay, it wasn't perfect, but I kind of got what I needed. Oh, crap. No! Not what I wanted. I was pushing the wrong button. All right. If I'm not mistaken, that is... yeah. So what I am slightly curious about is whether or not there's anything I can do about the shrine. I'm gonna guess no. And I suppose arrival is... so yeah, if memory serves, if I try to do this, yeah, and then it goes away. Oh, that's interesting. Well, at least now I can log this in as the Quantum Moon. But this is actually a little intriguing, so it's still around Timber Hearth. So the question is if I moved or if the moon moved. So I'll just go slamming into it this time. There was a slightly more effective way for me to test that, so let's try that one more time. So I'm gonna go, again, I'm gonna slam into it. But I am gonna take a look at its position on the map and my position on the map. I really like the music. It's one of the rewarding bits, especially when I'm on just kind of like, you know what, I'm going to enjoy... Oh, crap. All right, now that's intriguing. So looks like it's gone completely. All right, I didn't actually get what I wanted out of that, and I think I've kind of... Oh, hello. Well, I mean, I can try it one more time. That's the Ash Twin, though, so looks like it's moved again. I think it's actually kind of intriguing that it's not big enough to... I think that's Bramble. It's not big enough to find sort of from the default map. I think I need to... Nope. Yeah. Okay, yeah, I can see it if I know what to look for. Anyways, let's... I'm definitely late on this, and it's not at all clear that the remnants of the... Oh, nope, the orbital cannon's still there. So let's see if I can find any... Oops. Alright, I am worse than useless at trying to... Let's just try and get closer to Giant's Deep, and then I'll worry about the... I'll worry about the orbits. There we go. Okay, so first thing, I just want to see if it corresponds to any... Alright, now this is interesting. Oh, that's not as interesting, because that's not quantum fluctuations. Azure Wind, how are you doing? Oh, that's interesting. I'm not 100% sure what to make of that. Let me take a quick second to talk about Azure Wind. So first of all, you've got a lot of people coming with you, so thank you very much for that. I still don't have a raid message because I'm just bad at doing the whole streaming thing. I don't get a chance to shout out Azure Wind nearly as much as I feel like I should, but I do really strongly recommend checking them out. So my guess here is that you were playing XCOM Enemy Unknown or possibly Enemy Within. But I do... See, the thing that's kind of neat about Azure Wind is that I know them best through things that are totally unrelated to what their normal broadcasts are. I believe Azure Wind actually found me through a host for BattleTech, but Yeah, BattleTech. I mean, I also saw you do some like Rocket League and whatnot. Azure Wind is a very talented XCOM player, and they are one of these people who really likes sort of playing at the hardest difficulty and really pushing themselves and challenging themselves. It's funny too because I normally tend not to watch a lot of broadcasters who are dedicated to one game. And yet Azure Wind really sells me on it. So it's a delight to be able to watch him play. And it's actually, I think this is the first chance I've ever been able to see him play the base XCOM. But in any case, in addition to the fact that he's very good at the games that he plays, and again, sort of really has built a channel around giving himself sort of the hardest challenges. He's got an incredibly positive attitude and really interesting conversations. I'm always particularly happy when I find streamers who deal with my nonsense in chat because I'm very different in chat than I am on broadcast. But I would definitely say that Azure Wind. I mean, I'm always delighted to see when Azure Wind is streaming XCOM because I definitely feel that his viewer numbers are much more consistent with his talent. And even then, I'm talking at sort of the low standards on Twitch. I definitely feel that Azure Wind is deserving of an even broader audience, but at least in terms of concurrent views, he's pulling in very respectable numbers when he returns to his sort of his bread and butter. But I strongly recommend checking him out. I'm actually kind of curious too, Azure Wind. Have you ever heard of this game? Do you have any interest in it? I'm really enjoying it quite a bit. Oops, that wasn't what I wanted to do. The other question that I have, because I've only finally just kind of gotten into this, do you have any interest in Total War, given that it's going to be free? The Troy one is going to be free for 24 hours. Because I would be very intrigued to see you cover that. You love Total War. Oh. Because, like, I totally failed to get into it for the majority. Whoa, I didn't mean to do that. Help. Help. Yeah, it took me a lot to get into it, but for some reason, like I finally kind of found the hook. So for Total War Rome 2, I've completed the I know what this is. For Total War Rome 2, maybe I don't know what this is. Oh no, yeah, this is making sense. I completed the Grand Campaign and Caesar and Gaul. Damn it, I'm still bad at navigating. And I'm finally getting into Warhammer, but I'm intrigued. I'd be intrigued to see how you handle it. I haven't played Medieval 2. All right, control module. I mean, this thing is broken, so I'm somewhat doubtful about my ability to do anything with that. Probe tracking module. Ah, okay, that's one I'm going to want to check out, but let's keep reading the info. And sorry, you said your friend was talking about this. Do you have any interest in playing this game yourself? Well, I'd definitely be interested in seeing you do Troy. I don't know if you've read or have any love of the Iliad, but I'm definitely interested in seeing how they tackle that. God, I love going around in these environments. Right, I didn't want control, I wanted the tracking, which I think was the... Oh, maybe it was this one? No? Okay, yeah. Yeah, I'm sort of struggling with the... all right, the probe tracking part blew away. That shouldn't be a surprise because Mobius hates me. It does, of course, invite the question, which part of these fragments is the tracking part? But yeah, it's, I mean, I started the stream. I don't mind telling the story again. I'll maybe be a little more condensed while I'm investigating stuff. So first of all, the thing I love about this one is that the environment and just the atmosphere of the game is remarkably enjoyable. Ooh, I don't know if I have a match velocity. Yes, I do. I'm just screwing it up. All right. I don't want to get too lost, so let's reset back at the ship, and that'll give me a chance to refresh all of my resources. Oop, I needed a little bit more to get caught in that thing. Yeah, I was talking about how I got into like smart person stuff. I had I in sheer desperation got a library card when my music player broke, and I didn't have a lot of money in Vancouver. And I sort of talked about how one thing I like about libraries is how it's an inefficient search. So you'll walk through all of the shelves, and you might just pick something because it has an interesting like an interesting cover, or there's a title that's provocative. And again, it might not at all be related to what you were looking for, but for one reason or another, it sort of spoke to you, and you found it. And I think this is one of the things that I'm getting the most out of. Is that Giant's Deep I'm about to go into? No, that can't be. Okay. So that's intriguing. Oh, I went a little too wild on my engines. But yeah, so I think one of the things I like the most is that the game is remarkably enjoyable, just in the sense of I'm hanging around checking stuff out. And it's really, to me, it's kind of capturing that feeling of like going into an environment and getting distracted by stuff, but distracted in a positive sense. To see, maybe just find something more interesting, or something worth, I don't know, just finding something new or something worth viewing. Because I've got a couple of things that I can read. It's always hard to try and give you a really, like, if you were to ask me for a full summary of what's going on, I would utterly fail to deliver. But I'm really enjoying this process of going through all the environments and just checking out what's going on. So, and yeah, the similarity of the names, I think, creates a lot of confusion. The best I can just say is that Outer Wilds does not have the article. So there is The Outer Worlds, whereas this game is Outer Wilds. But yeah, I probably screwed up in terms of like explaining, because I found this new location, and I'm trying to find the interesting stuff inside here while also explaining the idea of like walking through a library. But one of the things I've enjoyed the most is that there's tons of interesting things to do and lots of mysteries to go and check out. And the environments are so beautiful, and the music and just atmosphere is so relaxing that you can, like, for me, it is completely enjoyable to just tool around, and I don't really care whether or not I'm solving any mysteries. But of course, because the world itself is so interesting, and because there's lots of things to do and lots of threads to pull on, it's hard, it's just like the library, right? I might walk by 100 romance novels because, while I've never really read a romance novel, I actually kind of think that romance is probably an underappreciated genre, largely because it's become a subgenre for just about everything. I'm probably not going to go and pick up a Harlequin romance. It probably doesn't seem like my kind of thing. But, you know, that's fine. I just walk by it and I don't even think about it. But then there's, you know, that really big, angry-looking tome, which is like 2,000 pages long, and it just says Logic up the side. And I'm like, oh God, I want to know what a 2,000 book on Logic looks like. How is it, Sean LeBlanc? All right, Evans, Malo, my better 50%. Cassava is... I love that text detail, by the way. Cassava is sending the last... the last of the cannon components. Soon, relatively speaking, we'll know the eye's precise location. The thought of concluding our elder's curious and challenging search increases my heart's temperature, my love. Cassava tells me that he and that... So for the benefit of anybody reading this text, the way that this writing works is that you have sort of the main topic. I would benefit a lot from this type of writing, actually, because of all the digressions that I go on. So there's like the central point, and then there's all the offshoots of the central point. So in response to knowing the eye's precise location, Evans Cassava tells me that he and the construction yard crew have determined a power setting, a power setting we are not under any circumstances to go above. I bet we know what happened here. I have no idea. Bajuvi. I see. Am I right to think that consequently we'll be ignoring that setting? Oop. I can posit with nearly 100% certainty our friends have accounted for our natures, so I suggest we do. And then the other thread, giving the orbital probe cannon all the power it can structurally withstand creates the greatest chance of finding the eye of the universe. And yes, the probe must travel as fast as it can, as far as it can. I'll have to make some adjustments. I'm wondering if at some point I'm going to have to... I'm wondering if at some point I'm going to have to... Oh, hello. So I know if I get up and walk, I'm not going to find it, but that definitely supports our hypothesis of there being other statues which correspond to those. Well, we don't actually know the correspondence, but definitely the hypothesis of other statues might relate. Although, now that I think of it, this could be the statue that wound up on Giant's Deep and they recovered. And yeah, there's no bench here for the... Although I'm slightly curious if I jump, if I can see the label on the... I can! Damn it! I didn't think I would have that much force. I think that's 2. Yeah. Yeah, so it's a missing tablet. So I don't have that much time left, but let's see what secrets we have inside here. Super tripping not knowing anything about this. So many facets from just 5 minutes you've been watching. Yeah, again, it's like I probably couldn't give you a really clear description about what's going on. You're listening to the ramblings of an insane man who's trying to talk about, you know, his past, what's going on in the game, the fragmented knowledge that I've sort of picked up, and then all of the different fragments of story. But again, this is one of the things that I really enjoy. So I'm gonna sip. There is a small thought that I have. I'm not entirely sure if I'm supposed to be going back in time at some point and seeing these other locations. So the fact that we know that there is another module that was on a bench in what I have to assume was a previous time, that would probably that'd probably tell me quite a bit. The other thing that I think is a little weird, so again, this game obviously plays a lot with time. So the idea that that particular statue is the one that we've found and is inside the museum, I'm gonna say that's pretty unlikely, because that would suggest the explosion that I see when I wake up landed the statue in Giant's Deep, and it was transported to the observatory in a really, really short period of time. But again, because we know that there's a bunch of weird stuff going on with time, I can't eliminate that as a possibility because of, you know, what's going on. But again, I'm going to have another sip of coffee. Can't be spoiled if you don't know what the hell is going on. Yeah, I mean, I'm doing my best. One thing I try and do for the benefit of people who are you know, are possibly going to play this game on their own. I try and sort of signpost little things where I say it's like, okay, so I'm going to recap what I think I know here, and then that's kind of the decision as to whether or not somebody wants to like mute the stream or not visit. I mean, this is the hard part, right? Like, everybody's like, oh, well, you know, if there's large Twitch viewership, maybe more people will watch it. And I'm like, well, is that the way we really want people to understand this game? Because if you're like minutes away from the ending, which is supposed to be this really, like, it's a really spectacular finish from what I'm told. Like, all of the reviews seem to be like, oh God, you know, it's the best thing ever. Like, is that really what you want people to, you know, to wind up you know, getting the game from? So, but yeah. And plus, I mean, Azure, we're on this. I think you're probably a little bit more tolerant of max seating in the sense that you don't like bring down the wrath of God on people who do it. Excuse me. But I know you don't particularly care for it. So I'm sort of in the same boat. I don't want to spoil people's experience of the game. But you know, I also want to put on a show, so it's the best I can do is just sort of signpost when I'm gonna do stuff. Imagine Privet, the probe tracking module will be the first to know the coordinates of the eye of the universe. You'll be the first to see them. I am honored and terrified. You won't ask the orbital probe cannon to use so much power that it breaks, will you? Fret not, my nervous friend. We only need it to fire the probe once anyway, so who minds if it compromises the orbital probe cannon's structural integrity slightly? I would mind, Mallow. I would mind, because if we won't be capable of receiving our probe's data if the probe tracking module is destroyed. Ah, that's great! Okay. So, I don't know if there's anything else I'm going to be able to get out of here before... I am slightly curious. Yeah, that's not oxygen. You only YOLO once. I really need to stop getting so extreme with my my pushes. So, I suppose the question would be, is there a way for me to get into the control room module? I feel like I should be able to go through this. I'll spend my last few minutes on this in this world trying to get into a small hole. All right, well, at least we know. Yeah, so we've definitely been able to get into that area. That's not as high of a priority for me anymore. All right. I don't think, again, I'll do the final check of the area. I mean, the one thing I'm sort of interested in from my own perspective is, I think there's probably a very different perspective people have on certain puzzles. So, for me, little details like the gravity-based puzzles, when I'm presented something like, okay, well, we know the locations of certain things. I'm trying to be, I think you guys are going to know exactly what I'm talking about. When I say, okay, well, I know the locations of certain things are going to change. So the idea of like trying to push really hard to, like, so the one thing I try and do if I can, is I try to avoid brute forcing. Let me in my ship, damn you! There we go. I try to avoid brute forcing stuff, especially when it comes to the oh, you know what? I already shifted that. Interesting. How am I gonna get that back? I bet I can't, so let's see if there's something I can spot in the ship. But yeah, so if I know that the position of something is not something I can rely on, then I say, okay, well maybe now is not the best time for me. Actually, you know what? Let's take a moment here and see if there's anything interesting in the debris. I'm gonna guess no, but that saves me the time for investigating it later. Those almost seem like the sort of thing I should be able to jump from, but I don't think they're shaped that way on the sort of the structurally sound cannon. Okay, so there aren't as many interesting bits for me to investigate as I thought. Anyways, what was I trying to say? So that sort of stuff, I personally don't find that distressing, I guess, for lack of a better term. I really want to see if I can put this thing down on the... Well, maybe I can, but it's going to be a moot point in a minute. Whee! Oh wait, that's my ship. That's not the... But yeah, anyways, so I suspect for some people there's like the, oh god, this is I'll never be able to beat this puzzle, and they beat their head against it for hours. And then for others, it's like, okay, well, this thing was a piece of cake. So there are some that I don't feel are a particular challenge. I bet that exists specifically so if you get yourself stuck outside like I did, you still have another way in. But I am interested in the fact that there seems to be more than one, so let me just... Again, I want to grab the last little bits of information I can. I think I've... Ooh, wrong button. Alright, you know what, we're just going to pick one. Maybe this will protect me. Nope. Oh, same room. I guess I didn't explore what was going on here, though. Ah, it gives me, Oh, you know what? I think this is a totally different place. Anyways, yeah, what I was trying to say about the puzzles. I generally like that form. Like I said, it leads to kind of the worst possible Twitch experience because obviously the viewer is infinitely smarter than you and you're always just playing the game wrong. It's... I think the thing that I kind of like in those moments, because the game gives me lots of things to do in a given moment. So that's where we just were. There's the probe shooting out. I kind of want to go back there. The basically being able to... I think being able to like let go and say, you know, I'm not gonna worry about this right now because I'm not in the proper mindset to solve the problem. And just go and find something new is the right, I don't know, the right way to go. Like I like the fact that the game doesn't really seem to give you a lot of pressure to quote unquote solve it. Oh yeah, Glager, I'm just talking about like, I'm just talking in general about like what Twitch is like. No, I can say for sure I've never played this game. And I mean I was introducing Azure Wind as somebody who's like really good at games. Like I am definitely not an Azure Wind kind of player where like I think if my channel was based around playing the game properly, I would be like I'd like not have a channel. Thanks. I mean, I've always kind of had this view that so like whenever I say I don't understand, it inevitably brings up like I think it invites people to give an explanation. Like I understand in an intellectual sense, but oh crap, I wasn't paying attention. All right, let's see if we can get out of Giant's Deep. Again, I got a little careless on my my navigation. I know it says there's an autopilot, but I'm not gonna get any better at flying if I don't crash my ship every now and again. What was I trying to say? Yeah, like I guess the biggest thing for me is like the concept of being quote unquote good at video games. I've always sort of thought as like a strange idea. Because I think, especially lately, a lot of the games I've gotten the most out of are the ones where I just kind of get to waltz around and explore. You know, everybody kind of thinks I'm being sarcastic or I'm like making fun of The Sims when I say stuff like, you know, The Sims, or all the gaming is a footnote to The Sims. And obviously I'm being a little hyperbolic in the language and whatnot. But like this is the... Oh yeah, this is me still struggling with gamepad controls. I'm very much a keyboard and mouse person, but told me to use a gamepad, so I'm using a gamepad. But yeah, I don't know. Just to me, the idea of good at video games has always been a little bit of a strange one to me because, like, oh yeah, sorry, I was talking about the Sims. You know, like I'm not entirely sure what being good at The Sims is a good example of. And one of the reasons why I want to take that as an example is I believe The Sims now has 10 million players, which I think is wonderful. And so sort of from that framework, I guess, for lack of a better term, I have turned myself around, unfortunately, but so I don't really want to be here. I do think this is where I want to go, though. Oh, actually, you know what? I think I screwed up. I think I might want to go the other way around, but I'll just confirm this. Yeah, so this brings me back to my ship. But yeah, anyways, that's kind of the mindset I try and sort of push against a little bit. Because you know, it's also not to disrespect stuff like speedrunning and that. I think those are really impressive achievements in their own right. But I prefer slower paced games for sure. Yeah, I don't even know if it's an age. I think there's definitely sort of an idea of maturity. So like, one thing that I've kind of enjoyed lately are showing movies that I've liked to friends. Okay, I definitely want to see what's going with this little ball, but we'll hold back. So I've really enjoyed showing some movies that I really enjoy to friends for the first time. All right, so my guess about this ball is that going to each of these pipes will probably give me like some sort of a status report, but I want to see what's on the ground first. So, for instance, I showed The Eyes of Sin, The Terminator, for the first time, and Johnny Big Time is a big fan of The Terminator himself. Okay. Ah, wait, this is where that statue was, I think. Yes. Well, okay, maybe not. But that bench with the two... well, that doesn't actually make sense completely. I felt like the... Anyways, we found the lost stone, is what I'm trying to say. Oh man, that was unexpected. Okay, so this is, I'm pretty sure, the room where I was before. I wish, actually, let me just see if I can find some other distinguishing features to confirm that this is not the room. Okay, so the tree's in a different spot. Yeah, I'm pretty sure this is in the room where I was before. I mean, the existence of this thing should tell me that there are two different rooms. But yeah, anyways, so one of the things that's come out of that came out of that was, you know, I've seen the Terminator like a billion times. When I was a kid, I would have these nightmares of a computer trying to kill me. This is going to be related to the game, by the way. Actually, I'll quickly pause and explain. But one thing I never realized about the Terminator until that time that I watched it was that if you watch the movie before the Terminator actually encounters Sarah Connor at Tech Noir, technology betrays its human owners multiple times. So everything from the fact that Sarah cannot get in touch with anyone on the phone, the fact that her roommate has her headphones on and is completely oblivious to the danger in her apartment up until it's too late, the fact that the answering machine reveals Sarah's location when the Terminator's in the room. Like, this constantly keeps coming up inside of the movie well before, you know, the actual encounter with the machine that's actually ready to kill her. And I don't think, I mean, it's like when you're in English class in school, right? You have any number of, you know, times where you're like, okay, like, you're kind of reaching a little bit, but I am near certain that is not there by mistake. Now, the Terminator is perfectly enjoyable in that right if you don't notice it. And these sorts of touches work a lot better if you, if they don't draw attention to themselves. Like, this is why I don't have a lot of time for a lot of Martin Scorsese movies, because it really hammers it home and signposts it for you. And like, I don't know if this is because he just really wanted the Academy Award or what, but like it's distracting. But it's definitely a nice little touch, and it enhances the enjoyment of stuff that you've already seen before. Another really good example of this would be the movie Jurassic Park. So there's this scene at the beginning of the movie where Sam Neill, one of the archaeologists, is like, they're like bringing the helicopter in to the landing pad, and he's got two seatbelts. They're two female end seatbelts, and he ties the thing together to finally work. Now, that, if you think about it, that's a nice little bit of foreshadowing, because what's the security method that that Jurassic Park uses to make sure that the dinosaurs don't breed out of control? All the dinosaurs in the park are female, and as the movie reminds you, life finds a way. So again, I don't know if you guys saw that when you watched Jurassic Park, but that gives you a reason to watch Jurassic Park again. So when you talk about slower paced games, I do think that probably, you know, your familiarity with the grammar of games and your familiarity with, or, you know, movies or anything along those lines, that's going to be a function of age, right? The older you get, the more stuff you are going to have experienced and played. And, you know, I also think this also reflects video game design. So we you know, it's pretty easy. If you look at like the stuff Jonathan Blow makes, like what am I going to guess? Like what games were influential for John Blow? Probably Mario Brothers and like Myst, because Braid and The Witness are kind of like, yeah, someone who really thought these were very impactful games. This is probably the types of games that they would make when they grew up. I could be totally wrong on that. Similar with Binding of Isaac, I have to assume probably The Legend of Zelda meant a lot to, I guess it was Ed McMillan who did that one. So I think there's probably an inclination towards, you know, when you look at slower paced stuff, it's going to be where you're noticing little details. And of course, you're going to enjoy that sort of stuff the more you've played games. But I don't know. Like it's always tough for me to decide whether or not it's an age thing. Because I mean, the other thing is like, I don't do it on stream a whole lot, but I like love first person shooters. I will play Battlefield 5 till I die. Now, I'm probably not going to be able to pull out a lot of subtlety. I think the campaign actually has a lot of nice little subtle moments inside of it. But it's really hard for me to talk about the experience of Battlefield 5, you know, through anything but gameplay. You know, the fact that they seem to be solving a problem from Battlefield 1, where by the end of the map, like things would be a lot more like a plane. All of that wonderful level design is kind of gone because of destructible terrain. In the case of Battlefield 5, the terrain kind of goes up and down through the construction mechanics, but I don't think that's as interesting as, you know, as being able to do something like The Sims or Outer Wilds and just be able to sort of relish living in an environment. I also think probably too, as computers have gotten better, we're able to realize a lot more. Like obviously Elite Dangerous is probably the game that people had in mind when they were first making that sort of stuff. Anyways. Avens, Malo, my better 50%. Cassava is sending... Okay, so we did read this. Well, let me just double check that, because I thought that we... Kava tells me that he and the construction yard crew have determined power setting we are not under any circumstances to go above. I see. Am I right in thinking that consequently we'll be ignoring that setting? I can posit with nearly 100% certainty our friends have accounted for our natures, so I suggest we do. Oh, wow! Okay. Giving the orbital probe cannon all the power constructionally withstand creates the greatest chance of finding... Okay. I'm trying to remember if I saw this path or not. I'm probably going to go back to that other room just to make sure that I'm not imagining things. Yes, the probe must travel as fast as it can and as far as it can. Must make some adjustments. Yeah, this seems like a similar but notably different conversation. The thought of concluding our Elder's curious and challenging search increases my heart's temperature, my love. So before I do that, I might actually take this. Might take this to the other room just to make sure I'm not losing my mind. Sava, I have bad news, Avens. Yarrow says that there is a problem with the proposed power source, so the orbital probe cannon won't be asked to fire. I hope you're pulling my locomotive limb here, Cassava. I wish I were, my friend, but no, they aren't certain that they can fix the problem, so the orbital probe cannon is on indefinite hiatus. And Cassava, tell Privet and Malo that they should return from the cannon. My spouse and I will remain at the construction yard for now. Evans, an update. Malo and I will join you and Daz. Privet left to visit her brother. She fears Idea. Sorry, that was just a news update. I don't want to learn about the real world right now. She fears Idea may feel responsible. Okay. Oh yes, before I go though, I did say I was going to see what was going on with those indicators. So I'm trying to think of a really obvious place for me to put this down. Okay, so that's an orbital probe. Oh, okay. There's an orbital probe cannon and it Moved elsewhere. I keep forgetting there's trends. Okay, 8 minutes 43 seconds ago, requested to launch probe received from Ash Twin Project. Cannon aligned with randomly selected probe trajectory, gravity field activated. Okay, so there are multiple cannons in the system, or alternatively, there are different timelines with the cannon being built in different locations. Am I not able to put this? Yeah, there we go. Okay, so this is a cannon on its own. Okay, this is the one that we're in right now, I think. Begin launch log orbital program and launch request received. Probe launch successful. Probe tracking module is receiving data from probe. Warning: orbital probe cannon structure compromised during launch. Damage to multiple modules detected. So again, the tracking room. Tracking room is the big mystery right now. I'm thinking this is where we are as well. So maybe this is the same cannon. Okay, orbital probe cannon. Damage report. Severe structural stress detected. Assessing damage to modules. Control module intact. No structural damage. Launch module. Viewport window fractured. Module exposed to vacuum of space. Probe tracking module missing. There's one more text down here. I wonder if it'll let me... No. Okay. So, what I do want to do is I want to see the destruction of this thing so that I can find the tracking module, if I can. Whoa, get back here. Oh wow, that thing really... Okay, so the tracking module's very likely in Giant's Deep. That, or it's time sensitive to when I launch, so I should keep an eye out for that. Now, I do want to see if this thing fires a shot, because I think this is going to give me an indicator. About whether or not this is a different cannon. Okay. I didn't move that. Mistake. So I'll have to get a better read on what's going on there, but I think I've seen all that I want from this point. So, I mean, it's not the strongest hypothesis that I've got in terms of the tracking module going on Giant's Deep, but it seems like my best option in a case where if it goes out in space, it's very unlikely that I'm ever going to be able to find it again. Now, if memory serves, I had to go out into space to be able to... So I'm pretty sure this is the... track. Yeah, so it's possible... This isn't exactly pointing to Giant's Deep, but again, we have no idea exactly how this thing was pointing at the time that it was destroyed, so I don't think there's a lot for me to read into that. I am, however... The one thing I have been doing a bad job of is keeping track of the names of all of the different rooms that I've been in. I probably should have... So like right now I'm just like, okay, yeah, that room that looks similar to the other room, but isn't. And it would be nice if I actually had specific names for the locations. Just because... Oh, you know what? I'm probably looking at the wrong one because this one seems intact. honest, I wasn't expecting... Well, I guess this is the room that I just came out of, so... As long as I don't take damage, it's a tactic. Alright, here we go. There's a game called Hellion, which had sort of a very similar... sort of spacesuit system. Yeah, so these are the three components. Now, what I'm curious about, because I was saying that, aha. Okay, that's good to know. So if I match the symbols, it doesn't show me... Doesn't show me what's happening. Interesting. Okay, so the probe tracking module will be the first to know the coordinates of the eye of the universe. You'll be the first to see them. I'm honored and terrified. We won't ask the orbital probe cannon to use so much power that it breaks, will you? Fret not, my nervous friend. We only need it to fire the probe once. Anyway, who minds if it compromises the orbital probe cannon's structural integrity slightly? I would mind, Mallow. I would mind, because we won't be capable of receiving our probe's data if the probe tracking module is destroyed. Is this the room I was just in? No, I don't think that's right. Mallow, my better 50%. Cassava is sending the last of the cannon components. Soon, relatively speaking, we'll know the eye's precise location. Cassava tells me that he and the construction yard crew have determined a power setting we are not under any circumstances to go above. I see, and am I right in thinking that consequently we'll be ignoring that setting? I can posit with nearly 100% certainty our friends have accounted for our natures, so I suggest we do, giving the orbital program an... Okay. Nope, so this looks like it's the same conversation. I thought that it was different. Okay, so I am a little more interested in... So what's nice about this area is that I'm actually able to test these sort of... I'm able to sort of test these locations where it's a little clearer in memory. So what I want to be doing right now is... Okay, so this is the one with the 3. Okay, so they all have... This is one thing I didn't properly account for. They actually all have a room like this. That makes it a little tougher for me to distinguish the differences between them. So basically what I'm really working with here is that it's pretty clear by looking at some environments that we're seeing them in a very different state. But like I said, this is one of these rare opportunities I get to sort of experiment and test various hypotheses. So for instance, this is how we left that room we were in last time. This is good. This is sort of informative in terms of the sense that this is giving me an idea of what that looks like right now. Although maybe one exception I'll make. Let me just see. Are there any living... I can't remember if there were living trees in that area. This is the missing part. So if this were to show me... Okay, actually, I very briefly saw Giant's Deep. So if this is what it currently looks like, although now it almost looks like dark bramble on the outside. Alright, I probably need to get home anyway. Oh, that's right, I can't go out this way. I gotta go out and around. Maybe I will take a minute to see what I can find in Giant's Deep. Although I didn't do myself any favors by... Okay, actually there's one thing I want to do. Nah, I can't equip my module. I was gonna say, I wonder if I could take a tracking module. Alright. Oh crap, I'm probably gonna run out of oxygen. You can do it, my little friend. Oh no! I overshot. Oh well. There's a side of me that kind of wants to go and make some more coffee. But let's see if we can push this a bit further. I don't like blaming hardware on this, but I do. My one of my I guess they call it the trigger, like the lower one. It is a little sticky, so generally I overshoot on my own, so I try not to blame it too much on it. All right, I am slightly curious if I can get evidence of it being in Giant's Deep. Not really. Just a Logitech, whatever was cheapest. Gamepad F310. Like, I got this thing a million years ago to play Dark Souls. It's fine. Like, it's not bad, but for whatever reason, there is the occasional hit that I get with the trigger, and I think it's just gotten to the point where I've used it so much. Yeah, that's one thing I like. I think there is another... There was another case where I suffered a death, and it was clear that I was responding to the fact that I had a death, not a... not sort of the end of whatever cycle we're on. Which I think is a neat touch. It's a little bit like the audio cue when I eat a burnt marshmallow, which I think is kind of fun. I don't think so. Maybe they are. But one way or the other. Like, basically, the challenge is that every once in a while, when I release my finger, it won't... when I release my finger, it won't stop the action because it's still locked down. And I usually just need to apply a little pressure to it. But I think what's basically happened is, over the course of time, either something's gotten stuck in there, or the plastic is just slightly... it's slightly moved so that it gets caught. And every once in a while, it's something that sends me to my death. Anyways, I think it's time for us to do a quick review of the Pro. So, I mean, it's pretty clear at this point we've abandoned Brittle Hollow for a bit, but I'm fine with it because I think there's interesting things that we're finding here. So, the broken remains of a Nomai space station in orbit around Giant's Deep. There are 3 access ways branching off from the central hub area. The orbital probe cannon was created to find the precise location of the eye of the universe. The Nomai pushed the orbital probe cannon above its maximum power setting to create the greatest chance of finding the eye of the universe. Actually... just kidding. You know, the funny thing is, I actually have, I actually do have an Xbox One controller, and I'm sure I could probably hook it up to the computer. But I try and keep things separate. And guys, you know what? I'm sorry to do this, but I'm noticing that I'm on a little bit of a low ebb in terms of the viewers and all of that, and I'm going to abuse that privilege. I'm going to take a minute. I'm going to put the kettle on, and I'm going to grind a little bit more coffee. Um, the nice thing about that is that means I'm probably going to put a little extra time into the stream tonight. But I want to take a quick minute and get that done. So what I'll do is I'll take a moment. You'll hear all the delightful sounds in the background. But given the fact I'm going to be putting a little, I'll put a little time in. I'm going to put a little more time into the stream here. I just want to. I think I want to get my. I want to keep my energy up. I have a couple of other things I wanted to do as well. So it'll be a small break. It'll be like just a minute. Again, because I can't really put the music on without the timer going down. I'm just gonna sort myself out. I just need to clean out my my coffee maker right now. I'll grind everything, but again, I'm not going to abuse too much of the time. So if you guys have, now's a good time to maybe get up and stretch or get a glass of water or whatever. But I'll be back in a quick minute. And again, I'm sorry for those of you who are looking for a little more action, but I've pretty much shown that I'm a boring person. So see you guys in a sec. I should do an ASMR stream of making coffee. Doesn't that sound good? Yeah, I use a French press, mostly just so I don't have to buy coffee filters. But the drawback, of course, is cleaning everything out. So, yeah, it's the kettle's almost done boiling, and then I can do the timer. So I'll be back in just a minute, guys. The kettle, can you put that in a dishwasher? Yeah, I mean, it's just an IKEA one that I've got. Again, to the to those of you waiting for this to get done, kettle's almost done boiling. So I think much like everyone, I've done time at Starbucks. they always like using French presses for their coffee tastings, and they've got their whole set of reasonings for it. The first time, apparently, like the new hotness is to do like a pour over method. In Vancouver, there's this region called Gastown, and it's sort of where you'll find like a lot of the tech companies, or a lot of, generally it is a well-moneyed neighborhood. A couple of good clubs there too, but so I visited a place there because I was told it had like the best cup of coffee, but it very much is like a coffee. It's an independent place. Everybody's got a very well-groomed beard and, the mustache wax and everything. It's the sort of place which I completely can't stand. That was where I first found Pour Over, and like it was definitely very good coffee, but it was priced like it was in a region like that. So I only ever went once, but at this point I just kind of bear the mark of my origins, and because I learned coffee at Starbucks, I still use a French press. I'm actually in Ottawa now, but my formative years were in Vancouver, and I miss it very much. All right, it's boiling, so I'll be back, and we'll have some more logs and gameplay. Back in a sec. All right, because my hands are wet, I can't get my timer going, but I think we're ready to jump back in, unless I've just well and truly screwed my phone. But yeah, anyway, sorry about that, guys. I don't normally like doing stuff like that on stream, but I kind of have a feeling like it's oops, sorry, I just saw a message. There we go. All right, again, like I said, I try not to do that sort of stuff on stream, but I have a feeling I know where the stream's going tonight, and I'd much rather, if I'm feeling up to doing a longer stream, I want to do the things that will promote that, and so that's kind of the contract. So I tell people I'm from Ottawa originally. They're not from the oh neat, yeah. I mean, I just came out here for work, so. All right, control module. The control module recently received a request from the Ash Twin project to launch the probe. The cannon was aligned with a randomly selected probe trajectory. The probe was successfully launched, but the cannon's structural integrity was compromised in the process. Damage is detected in multiple modules. That's such a... I'm trying to remember if I was actually... where I actually learned that. A launch module is badly damaged, but its projection pool is still intact. I know my name Malo argued that it wouldn't matter since the cannon's structural integrity was it wouldn't matter if the structural integrity was compromised since they only needed to fire the probe once. I know my named Privet countered that they wouldn't be capable of receiving the probe's data if the probe tracking module was destroyed. And finally, one of the orbital probe cannon's 3 modules, the probe tracking module, is receiving data from the launched probe. Any Nomai aboard the probe tracking module would be the first to see the coordinates of the eye of the universe. A Nomai computer reports the probe tracking module as missing. I saw the probe tracking module through a Nomai projection pool. It looks like the module is underwater. I could see purple electricity outside the viewpoint. Of course, this is where visiting Brittle Hollow has helped us out quite a bit, because we know that if we need to get deeper into in Giant's Deep, then we use the tornadoes, and if I'm worried about the electricity, then I need to get inside a jellyfish. The problem that I have, of course, is that Giant's Deep is giant. And so the idea of trying to find the tracking module on that planet is a whole other problem. Construction yard. The Nomai built the orbital probe cannon at a construction yard on Giant's Deep. Okay, Let's take a quick minute here. I guess, yeah, we didn't actually look at the Ash Twin project, so we'll go here. So the Know My Minds, the Know My Mind ore from this site to craft a protective shell designed to physically seal off the central chamber inside Ash Twin. Once the shell was finished, the Know My checked to ensure that there was no longer any physical entrances or cracks, and the central chamber inside Ash Twin was physically sealed off by an immensely thick protective shell. Okay, so nothing we didn't really already know. I always keep seeing this old settlement thing, and I kind of really want to go back and see. Oh, actually, you know what? I get why I'm looking. Okay, so I get. I didn't pay attention to the image that closely on this. So the old settlement is the underground area. It's not the above ground part that I thought it was. That's why there's more to investigate. And then I don't think we've learned anything else about the... Well, this is interesting, actually. Yeah, this is Brittle Hollow, okay. What does interest me the most is that somehow the Northern Glacier is related to the Quantum Moon, and I'm not entirely convinced. The one possible connection that I might have gotten out of that I didn't appreciate at the time was that little disc that was coming out of the ground, but I always associated that with the white hole. So... let's do... I'm going to make another trip to Giant Steep. At this point, I'm just going to fly into Giant Steep and see what I can do. Well, actually, you know what? I have been given information about Giant Steep that I can still use. So let's talk to one of the locals. Careful. Probably wouldn't hurt for me to look it up on the map. I'll admit, I really just like going into space so I can hear this music again. Sorry, you knew this was going to happen. I've already had enough problems landing properly on worlds, so I'm going to take the time to... Oh yeah, sorry. Just for you, chat. I mean, at 4 o'clock in the morning, I'm going to regret drinking this, but... And like an idiot, I reset my timer instead of stopped it. So I'm going to take a minute and get that done now. All right. By the way, for those of you fond of coffee trivia, because I know I'm going to screw up. Ah, this is that lower level that they were talking about. Okay, so the thing I wanted to do here was I wanted to find the... I wanted to find the Hearthian on this planet. Also, this is very different from what I was expecting. Okay, so I would have guessed he would have been on this island. I probably just messed... Yep, there we go. Oops. I think this is supposed to be the designated landing pad. All right, well. Anyways, yeah, I know a lot about Stanley Kubrick, so for those of you who would like ridiculous For those of you who would like ridiculous coffee trivia, or perhaps would like to share their knowledge of ridiculous coffee trivia, I can tell you what Stanley Kubrick's favorite, his favorite region that coffee came from was. I realize this is really important and it will enhance your knowledge of those excellent films, especially on a stream about Outer Wilds. These are the little bonuses you get from the System Shock stream. So given that the gravity is 2 times, I'm slightly curious about the unidentified signal. I'm gonna guess that that is my Hearthian companion. Oh, I wasn't expecting to do that. So, leave. There we go. I didn't get to read what he said, though. Because gravity just disappeared. That's a shame. That's a really cool effect, though. Have you ever watched a cyclone for so long it started to hypnotize you? I'm telling you, they'll put you in a trance if you stare at them long enough. How's space treating you? I found something. Nice, nice. What you got for me? I found what happened to the orbital probe cannon. Whoa, that's the cannon breaking apart at the start of each time loop. For real? How does he know about time loops? Did you figure out why? Too much power. It's kind of scary how much that sounds like something like Slade or Feldspar would do. Pretty surprised the Nomai built something that actually broke. Come to think of it though, broke might be the wrong word, because it looks like the orbital probe cannon is still firing successfully at the beginning of each time loop. What are you doing out here? Well, what are any of us doing out here, really? Should use a hippie voice. I'm kidding. I'm out here exploring our solar system, same as you. I'll tell you what, outer space really gives you room to think. It's quiet and peaceful out there. I mean, it's usually quiet and peaceful. Sometimes a cyclone comes by and lifts my little island paradise clean out of the water. Then, less peaceful. Or should I go explore on Giant Steep? Here's something you might like. At the start of every time loop, I keep seeing a bright flash in the sky at the start of every loop. At the start of every time loop, I keep seeing a bright flash in the sky at the start of every loop. This is like when I write something and I haven't proofread it. Something must be happening up there in orbit around the planet. What else? What else? Have you been to Statue Island? That's what I've been calling it, seeing as it's an island where I founded the glowing Nomai statue. Get it? I was on the beach at Statue Island when the whole glowy business happened. By the way, it's a nice beach for that kind of thing. I give it a solid 7 out of 10 on the Gabbro relaxation scale. If you feel like checking out Statue Island, it's the one with 2 islands connected by a natural rock arch. Well, mostly connected anyway. You'll see. What's up with this planet? I know, right? Outworld, thank you very much for the host. I don't know if Uncle Cranky's still here, but I've got 2 lovely streamer friends here. Sorry, no, right? Oh, you mean like... let me just finish the dialogue here. I'll get this. Oh, you meant like tell you more about it. I got you. Well, Giant Steep is massive and mostly water. No surprises there. There's a strong current waves beneath the surface that prevents anything from sinking below it. Seriously, I tried everything. Everything I could think of to get past the current. Neither idea worked. Oh, is that Statue Island? I bet it is. As for landmasses, I've counted 4 islands, including this one. There's also one with that Nomai statue I saw on the beach. You've seen the cyclones? Yeah, they're hard to miss. They'll toss up everything in their path, islands included. Little tip, if you get picked up, try to land in water. It's less likely to kill you. Where's your ship? That's a good question. It's definitely on this planet somewhere. I mean, unless a cyclone came by and tossed it into space, I guess. That would be pretty nuts. I hope it's not lonely. Alright, a lot of you get to hear me shout out Uncle Cranky. I don't get to shout out Outworld as often unless it's in relation to Uncle Cranky, but Outworld is a partnered streamer. I know him from a lot of different stuff. He's done everything from sort of variety casting to being a Mortal Kombat speedrunner, to Battletech, forever, and then I'd probably say best is back to Variety. Does a lot of retro streams, but Outworld's somebody I've actually known almost as long as I've always been on Twitch, and he's a really really great guy, very forthright. And I think one of the things that's been most interesting is to see it's not just how he has reinvented himself multiple times on Twitch, but how he is just so strong at being able to cast in each of those different roles. As I'm always fond of saying for my for my friends down under, a lot of people tend to come at the end of the broadcast and say, oh, I wish I could have seen more of it. I definitely recommend people like Outworld and Uncle Cranky for that. And Miss Ariella would actually be another Australian streamer that I know, although Uncle Cranky is based in New Zealand now. But all really wonderful people, all people who I think, they've given me a lot of support. They've definitely been there to, see me at the highs and lows of streaming and whatnot. And Outworld in particular is someone who I enjoy to talk with, not just on his broadcast, but someone who I enjoy sort of being able to talk to off-cast as well. And I can definitely say, too, one thing I strongly encourage you guys for, especially if you're looking for chat interaction, I know Outworld really flourishes when he has chat interaction. And so when you do stop by, I'd strongly recommend that you guys give him a hearty hello and let him know he's doing a good job, because I think he's at his best when he's interacting with chat, but because he's also very good at speedrunning, which traditionally doesn't always involve a lot of chat interaction, I feel that it's a side of him that he doesn't get as many opportunities to share, just because of the nature of his audience. All right, I think that's everything that I've got. I am, however, going to see what happens when I say over enthusiasm. So I found what happened to the orbital probe cannon. Over enthusiasm. It's kind of scary how much that sounds like. Okay, so same response as last time. So let's see what we can find on this planet before. I am mildly curious if there's going to be a point where I can get past the ghost field or ghost stone, or I can never remember what they call it, but or if this is always something I need to work around. But oddly enough, this reminds me a lot of not like I really need it, but oh yes, also important thing. I've never had the need to do it, but I'm going to assume that dozing off is designed to get me to new part, because we know that there are time sensitive elements. I believe that is designed to let me advance time without having to actually wait. Now I am mildly curious, given the fact that I know that we're gonna get lifted up by the waves. I'm slightly curious if I should just wait to see that I can get on the top of the mountain that way, or if I should just try and use my ship for that. I don't really have a strong view one way or the other. I suppose knowing that I have the jetpack fuel, yeah, we don't have much hope of doing anything for that. So. Well, that looks like that's heading towards us. Hey, Uncle Cranky, how you doing? I'm sorry I didn't shout you out earlier. I wasn't thinking. I was really waiting. Oh, get in there! All right, so this should give me a chance to get to the. If I wanted to get to the top of the mountain. Well, this is gonna suck. Ow! Jesus. Well, at least we know we don't need to investigate the top of that anymore. But yeah, as you know, I always wait for the purple check mark before I start saying nice things about people, because that's how you get big on Twitch, right? No, I'm sorry I neglected to do that a little bit earlier. Are you broadcasting tonight, by the way? I know that's like a terrible question to ask streamers on Twitch, but Actually, I kind of feel bad because I'm sure Outworld would like to be referred to as more than just the verbal checkmark, but that is a big cycle. All right, so this should be Statue Island. Also looks like the third island is nearby. I am very bad at this. Ah, okay. So a few things. I mean, obviously, there's a hefty degree of sarcasm about just general people's general awful behavior on Twitch. Oh, you know what? I know exactly why that's there. Leave it to me to not use the really helpful thing the people included in the game to make sure I don't lose my friggin' ship. All right, there we go. So yeah, I mean, obviously there's a heavy tongue-in-cheek element, but I'm assuming that it would be nice to refer to Outworld as a. Well, so much for being able to play with that island. It would be nice to be able to treat Outworld like a human. All right, now this will be an interesting. Okay, so we've got ground. Well, okay, so it's the ground that I'm going to be landing. That's going to help me to find it in future, although I may need to use it for something else. I also just want to see. Okay, that's not as interesting to me. Okay, not much. Okay, I'd be foolish not to. Oh, but I can't because of gravity. Actually, now that I think of it, that is an interesting challenge. Because if I can't rely on being able to use my jetpacks at all, suddenly that arch becomes a much bigger deal. Okay. So, well, okay, so there's a little bit that I can do in, well, this is inconvenient. Oh wow, this place wants to just kill me everywhere. I don't care about going through it, I care about being able to see what's on the other end. There is a side of me that says, well, part of this is just a matter of waiting for the, for us to go into 0G, but given that it's time sensitive, I'm not sure that's exactly how I want to. Damn it, game. I can't believe I got away with that. This is like your birth. Very familiar. Alright, I think the catch here is I can't actually get a little bit more. I don't think I'm going to get enough lift to be able to cross that, so. However clever I was feeling. I'm also noting it's not telling me that there's something hostile nearby, which is interesting. So I used to use that visual indicator, but I might be mistaken in doing so. Looks like a jellyfish that I want to get to. Okay, well, I know I can throw around my scouts whenever I want. Okay, so that's definitely a hazard. So it's possible we need to melt, but I haven't really seen any ability to melt something in here, so that's probably not the most satisfying solution I can come up with. So it's clear that at some point I'm going to need to worry about this, but I don't think I need to. Nailed it. So I've lost that as a navigation aid. With this, nice. So now I'm basically going to have to rely on it telling me there's something dangerous now. Which I'm pretty sure. Okay, yeah, it's just told me that. So happy we were able to make it. Not so happy that... Oh, hang on, but this isn't water, this is snow. Oh, okay, I think I know what's going to happen. So this is how I jump out and get around. So I suspect this is going to be the spot where I get past whatever purple lightning. Sorry, purple haze. It's going to hurt me. So, while I'm at it, let's... I think I'll just take the opportunity now to see what I can... Oh boy. Let's try. Ow. And in the water. There we go. And we found some more jellyfish. So that's nice. Damn it! Well, I'm pretty sure this is my... I'm pretty sure this is the platform where I left my ship, and these are colliding with each other. So that's creating a little bit of difficulty for me. It's possible that I'm getting parts... I'm getting to parts of the level I'm not supposed to access doing this. But that's fine, because it's all, like, speedrun strats, right? What I am going to do, though, is I'm going to say, okay, I'm not going to worry too much about... I'm not going to worry too much about this world here. I am a little concerned that what I've done is I'm able to access parts of this island which I wouldn't normally have been able to. So, like, obviously here I'm like, well, so much, who cares that the bridge is out, right? I've got thorns. Oh, now I've gone and done it. So I'm a little concerned about my ability to get back there. But that's fine. There's other ways that I could have accomplished that. So let's get what we can. So, statue workshop. All right, so there's probably going to be ghost matter that stops me from doing this easily. But again, we've got another broken door. That's suggestive and interesting. It's good old-fashioned lock-up walls, as a good Hearthian does. Oh no, I wasted too much time. So I'm mildly intrigued by... the implications there. All right, they're going to test the memory statues tonight. Phlox says that it could be dangerous, so he can't come. But what if we didn't use? Sorry, but what if we didn't use the door and snuck in the other way? Does anyone want to? Phlox specifically told us not to do that. I really want to see the test too, Lammy, but there's a huge risk. That's a huge risk to take. We probably shouldn't. Maybe Phlox will let us see a later test. Okay, so obviously we know there's another opportunity. The only thing I'm a little upset by is I had a scout ready to investigate that other island, so I'm going to need to make an effort to try and find it again. But that's fine. Again, we can't get everything done in one run. I don't think this was the smartest thing for me to do, because I'm pretty sure all of these landmarks are the same. So let's see if we can find any more details about this secondary entrance. Standing on the cyclone. After our conversation, I watched Sunshine again. That movie, I like that even more after watching it again. I understand the criticisms people have of the last act, but it's actually, I think it's better than people give it credit for. Now I am interested in chatting with Gabbro again, just so I can see what his initial dialogue is. I think I got unlucky with the cyclone hitting right at the moment when oh, is that the I wonder if that's the projectile from the cannon. Okay, well whatever it is, we can't. Whoa! Whatever it is, we're probably... I mean, the fact that they're shooting that thing suggests to me that conventional space travel... Like, the purpose of the gravity gun is to do space travel faster than conventional means, so trying to chase that down strikes me as a waste of time. Yeah, watching Sunshine again actually made me want to watch Solaris again too. Both the Andrei Tarkovsky and Steven Soderbergh versions. Yeah, so apparently they had a falling out partly over Sunshine. I do think they... I mean, I know they worked together on the Train Spotting sequel, which I haven't actually seen. But yeah, apparently they were not, like, it was to a point where, when asked about it in an interview, Garland was pretty clear that he didn't see them working again. But and given the fact that they have worked again, I'm not entirely sure how fresh that that thought is. Yeah, I mean, to Garland's credit, I mean, the thing is, that's... Like, so I tend to credit writers with quite a bit. The interview, he definitely seemed to be a lot more mature about the falling out than I think people kind of expect in terms of Hollywood gossip. So, you know, so I think it's easy, especially when he was on sort of like the toast of the town with Ex Machina. You know what? I should probably find a proper landing pad, otherwise I'm gonna lose my ship. This gives me a chance to properly engage with... Ooh, what am I doing? almost. So like he definitely so he was kind of, this was definitely like an interview about like Ex Machina and, you know, what a smart guy he is and so on and so forth. So I'm sure, you know, he could have done what some critics of Sunshine said, which was, oh yeah, they just made it a slasher movie at the end to, that's interesting that they tell me to use the jetpack. You know, did it to satisfy the studio, or, oh, that was Danny Boyle's idea, you know, that movie would have been so much better if I didn't do that. But he owned it. He said, you know, all of the stuff that people said were problems with that movie were in the script at the start. And unlike other collaborations, we did not resolve the problems. So I definitely liked the fact that he did not throw his collaborators under the bus at a time when people would have been very receptive to him saying, you know, all of the problems with, you know, or all the things you didn't like, you know. So it's the easiest thing to do with collaboration when you're the only person being interviewed, right? All of the things you liked about those collaborations I did were my ideas, and all of the things all of the things you don't like were the other guys. You know, I said this jokingly when presenting that supply chain game I collaborated on. There are definitely things that I think would have been better if we had implemented, or if we'd taken a different direction. But like, what am I really gaining by disassociating myself with the stuff that I disagreed with, right? I chose to collaborate. I could have said, you know what, I don't feel good about this. And carrying on. But yeah, he was pretty clear in that interview that they weren't going to work together again. And I know he was doing his own thing for a while. And there were rumors of a third 28 Days Later movie. But so far as I can tell, their other collaboration was the next Trainspotting movie. Who was a bad person? Well, nobody was a bad person, so far as I can tell. But just, there was an interview that I read with Alex Garland, which addressed sort of the stuff that people seem not to like about the movie Sunshine. That was basically in that interview, he suggested that he and Danny Boyle would not work again. The director of Sunshine and 28 Days Later, basically they collaborate quite a bit. But that seems like a dated interview. They seem to have resolved whatever issue. Yeah, it was going to be called 28 Days Later. All right, welcome to Giant's Deep, friends. I'm excited for you to meet the statues. If I'm not in my dwelling, I'm likely in my workshop below, inside the island. Okay. Sorry to diverge into movies so often with games. It's just deep down, I really want to be Hideo Kojima. How you doing, Logan? I made myself some coffee, so I'm probably going to give you a little more stream than you're used to. By the way, for those of you who came along with Outworld's host, thank you very much for sticking around. I know I am not as good at streaming as Outworld, and as you can hear, I'm fond of digressions. So, still kind of trying to get a read on what these things are for. I'm assuming I kind of need to wait for a cyclone to hit, and I'm not really willing to do that. But I'm pretty sure this is just telling me, you know, here's evidence that you can go, oops, here's evidence that you can go down below. That's probably not where I want to put that. This is probably a little too narrow. Oh, no, okay. I might have, sorry, let me... So I'm assuming this is telling me, yeah, we could. Here's an indicator of the other way around. Let's see if there's any obvious paths. It's possible, looking at the fact that there are other versions of this. Like, there could be, this could somehow wind up being a teleporter during a cyclone. But again, in the absence of a cyclone, there's no way for me to test any of that stuff. Nobody cares about 28 years. I can see 28 years later working oh well, if I wanted a cyclone, this is my chance to test it. No. Oh well, yeah, so these are specifically designed as gravity wells. Okay, neat. Yeah, I mean, 28 decades later, at that point, you might as well just call it science fiction movie with zombies in it. 28 years, I think, has an interesting possibility for the simple fact that... So, I'm going to make a guess here, and that most people in this chat are going to be able to have a fairly clear memory of 9/11. It is also true that there are people entering, possibly graduating from university, I should probably do the math on that, who do not really have a memory of a world before 9/11. And obviously, the results of that event in terms of sort of the shape of world order and sort of, you know, some subsequent developments that we've seen, there's a bunch of stuff that maybe a generation born after that takes for granted that maybe we don't. And so I think what would be interesting for a 28 years later script, and I mean, this is, I think to a certain extent, the Telltale Walking Dead sort of deals with this, is you're sort of dealing with a generation which really only knows the world after a zombie apocalypse. And so the idea of 28 years later would probably be, you know, whatever survivors, these are people who have only known a world of hardship in the form of the infection. And I think, you know, I think you potentially have some interesting stories that you can tell in that. But it's obviously a very different type of movie from what people are familiar with. Yeah, exactly. I mean, again, one of the things I try not to be too prescriptive about what specifically that event means. But yeah, you're right. Like, obviously, anybody before 9/11, the idea of talking about like a peace dividend following the Cold War is a thing. Like, so when I was doing some of the political economy stuff, you know, I read this handbook on defense economics, and like they were talking about how climate change should be included in defense. And like one of the reasons for that was because they said that, you know, like, you know, study of defense issues on their own probably, like, there's probably not enough for people to do, and so they were trying to broaden the study. Like that is an amazingly quaint point of view now. And obviously the second edition of that book is not talking about like, are we going to have enough topics to keep studying this thing? But you know, then you can say, well, you know, what kind of financial... I mean, this is not limited to economics as well, right? You can talk about financial impact. So if you take a look at things like the, you know, the French Revolution, money that was spent supporting the American Revolution, you know, does that ultimately... Usually you have fiscal crises leading to sort of political crises. I think Tom Sargent goes so far as to call the guillotine an instrument of fiscal policy. There's lots of different ways that you can sort of, lots of different lenses that you can look at these events through. But the point I'm just kind of trying to illustrate is that when you are living sort of moments of history, you may not. So I can remember a friend who's quite a bit older than I am. Being very dismissive in saying that 9/11 was not an event, like in history. This is, I think, one of the reasons why historians say, like, don't talk. Okay, so it seems to me that the other way around is to go up through the water. So maybe I should make sure there isn't a cyclone nearby. And well, no, I've got my scout to help me out if I get in trouble there. So, but yeah, I think my answer is going to be I have to go up through the water.
yeah, they were very dismissive to the idea that anything fundamentally changed as a result, which, you know, I'm not entirely sure that's the thing I really want to be scoring any points on in terms of saying, LOL, you were wrong, dude. But I think this is where you get historians saying that, you know, you probably don't want to speak too, you know, too heavily about history while you're living it. But the point I'm ultimately trying to establish is that, you know, in the moment, you're maybe not necessarily going to recognize what is important or significant. And wait, so just in time too. Alright, so I think just for my benefit, I'm gonna get inside the safety area. But yeah, like the idea really that I was hoping to you know, to establish through where I think there's interesting material in a 28 years later script would be the fact that you're able to ask a question. You know, what does it mean to have a generation that has that takes the events of 28 days later, 28 weeks later, for granted? What does that do to people? And that may be an interesting story. That may not be an interesting story. Phlox, I'm curious, is sending a being's memories back in time the same as sending the being itself back in time? Ah! As an example, if we were to send my memories back in time, is that the same as sending me back in time? Not my physical body, but my essence. I imagine that they're two different actions. Wouldn't both actions be effectively the same? Suppose that time was being rewritten. I believe that this is different from receiving memories from what is effectively the future. But isn't the end result identical in either case? I'm assuming everybody here is partially familiar with Soma. That was a wonderful game. I feel that Soma was highly... I understand exactly why people, you know, weren't as thrilled with it. I just think it's a bit of a shame that it was not more warmly received. Because I thought that was a very well done science fiction story. Oh man. Yeah, you know what? Let's run with it. Yarrow, would you kindly step back so Daz is closest to the statue? When pairing, the statue will choose whatever is in closest proximity. Whoever is in closest proximity. See how its eyes have opened? That tells us that the statue is paired with Daz. Now, no matter where he is in the star system, Daz's statue will record his memories and send them to the Ash Twin Project. This is extraordinary sculpting work, Phlox. He's outdone himself again, hasn't he? And now that we have our first successful pairing, we can test the memory storage prototype. Each statue will send a single Nomai's memories to his or her own storage unit within Ash Twin. Each storage unit will be equipped with a mask, the statue's counterpart, which will be able to send those stored memories back to the corresponding Nomai. Oh god, so there's the possibility that I'm a Nomai. There's the possibility that I, this character, am the memories of a Nomai in a Hearthian body. Yeah, actually, this is the funny thing, Sean. I'm always reluctant to call it a horror game in some ways. I think it's a really good science fiction story with some horror elements inside of it. But I also think that's a distinction maybe without much of a meaning. Okay, so I'm getting something out of these arrows. Is Soma scary? I mean, I would say there are definitely tense moments and parts where you're supposed to feel quite nervous. I'm thinking that these arrows correspond to what's on the map, but I'm having a little bit of a hard time sort of tracing them. But I think the reason it wasn't more warmly received is that people were expecting another Amnesia, and what they got instead was an excellent science fiction story with a few horror elements inside of it. The thing is that I might even go so far as to say the horror elements are a distraction at points. I was kind of trying to get through them so I could get to the stuff that I thought was really interesting, as opposed to like being super... Sorry, guys, I just need to adjust. It's maybe not a bad time for me to pick up some... not a bad time for me to pick up some extra coffee. But yeah, it's I think it's a really exceptional game. And I think Johnny Big Time actually streamed it as well. So... All right, sorry about that. Yeah, a lot of people didn't care for Amnesia in this chat. It seemed. I know Sean didn't like it. I would have liked someone more if it was less gamey. You know, there's a mod to take the monsters out. I believe that's actually been built into the game now too. I would actually kind of like to try the no monsters version, because again, I felt that some of the monster chase moments were really points where, like, they worked for me, but I will admit some of them, it was more like, I just really want to get through this rather than, you know, how. So like in Outlast, I can remember the really tense moments of, how am I going to get out of this room without the guy getting me? And like the whole cat and mouse thing really worked. And I'm really looking forward to Outlast Trials, by the way. But when it came to Soma, a lot of the hunting moment, there were a couple that worked for me, but I think for the most part, those moments really made me feel like I was trying to get past a moment that didn't quite work for me, so that I could get to the things I felt were more interesting. But I'll be honest with you, I've never really thought of Frictional Games as being a horror games company so much as so like people think of narrative games and they think of like After Party or Telltale or whatnot. I definitely think that Frictional probably is better thought of as a developer that makes narrative games, and it just so happens that a lot of them have lined up rather closely with horror games, but I feel that coming into them with those expectations will probably leave you feeling a bit disappointed. Now, admittedly, I haven't gone all the way through Penumbra, but I sort of get that feeling. And I think that's a little bit of a shame because, again, I really liked what Soma did, and I really hope that that they're able to continue telling more stories like that. The ending particularly I found very affecting. So I've installed masks inside the Ash Twin Project Phlox. They look beautiful, although I do feel as though I'm being observed. It's comforting to know that the statues will not pair until the project succeeds. Otherwise, I imagine the experience would be hard to endure. Ideally, they'll only need to activate once the project succeeds as a safety measure. However, the statues will also activate in the event of equipment failure. They will? Why is that? Interesting. Okay, so yeah, this is definitely pushing this idea here that with the okay, yeah, no. So before I continue reading on this, it is entirely possible that the destruction of this gravity gun has activated the failsafe of these statues, and that I have been effectively I am the host for the memories of one of these Nomad. Well, yeah, but I suppose that's the big trick, which is I would have the memories of what's been going on here. So maybe it's just the fact that the cannon was destroyed and I've been accidentally paired. Yeah, okay. So yeah, this idea that I'm actually a Nomai memory probably isn't as good because I don't actually have any Nomai memories. But the fact that, so why me, why now? The fact that the gravity gun was destroyed, I suspect that is the reason why I got paired. That they're better known for obtuse puzzles. All right. If anything goes wrong with the Ash Twin project, the statues and their masks will make us aware of the situation and enable us to fix it. Otherwise, it would be possible for us to remain permanently unaware of the problem. I hadn't thought of that. What a profoundly horrific fate that would be. I mean, I'll still allow for the possibility that I may be a Nomai, but I would need to account for the memory thing. I mean, the memory thing could just be the fact of when the statues are activated. But let's see if I can get a little more understanding about what's happening. So I suppose the first question I would have, the fact that this thing's eyes have not opened. I am mildly intrigued by the fact that this thing doesn't have open eyes, and I don't seem to have a way of activating it. If its eyes aren't open, that may mean that it's not paired. Oh god, okay, so that's actually something I want to check on the next cycle. Whether or not the thing's eyes are still open. Okay, so mask goes to Nomai, Nomai to... Okay, yeah, so this is just explaining the process. Said I love going through these environments. Like the third picture on the which is the third picture on the panel? I guess it depends on where you're. It's like refurbished Jesus painting. I should double check. I'm pretty sure this is the way out, but I'll admit I kind of thought the like we got to find the other way puzzle was going to be a little bit trickier, but I suppose if you don't notice that there's water at the bottom, that's one that you can get a little. Yeah, I mean, this is just it. Like, you know, it's easy for me to say this completely ignoring all the stuff that's completely flown by my head. I mean, like, the fact that I failed to appreciate that the old settlement was not the above ground, but rather the underground part, like, I'm pretty sure that would be obvious to anybody bothering to look. So, like, I definitely need to be a little careful in terms of what I'm like, you know, lol, this game is for smart people. Yeah, I mean, again, the other thing too is I'm not convinced that the purpose of this is difficulty. I tend to feel, this is more of like a personal opinion, but I tend to feel stuff like this really works best. Nailed it. When the puzzle kind of keeps you engaged, it's like the puzzle makes you pay attention, basically. If you don't look at the puzzles, if you don't look at the events, then I can imagine a lot of little touches that are inside of this are easy to overlook. But you know, I also suspect there's a certain point where, you know, if you make it a, I don't know, a pure puzzle game, is that maybe the right way to look at it? I definitely sort of feel like just being able to experience the world is sort of, okay, let's see if I can get here before the cycle does. I'm screwing up. Fortunately, it's really slow. That was me just being a hotshot pilot. That was clearly not me screwing up the. Oops, that was not me screwing up the controls. All right, let's risk the move. However, I am going to send a probe out just in case. You find a ton of clues because you're exploring for the sake of it, not actively searching. Yeah, exactly. So, like, I think the real purpose of a puzzle in this, I need to make the most of my time. I think the real purpose of the puzzle on this is just to make sure that you refocus your attention a little bit and you stay engaged. No, you know what? No. Let's do it properly. If I miss out the scroll, I miss out the scroll. I kind of feel like it focuses your attention a little bit. but not to the point where... Is that an intact gravity cannon? Oh, it does not want me to get out of there. All right. Oh, wait, that's the image. I was like, wow, what the hell happened to build that again? All right, this is it. We finished building the final orbital probe cannon module and are ready to send it into orbit around Giant's Deep for assembly. Cool. Our next step will be to send Privet up to the orbital probe cannon to install the probe tracking system. To all my friends here at the construction yard, my gratitude for your tireless work. If I had given up hope, but I truly believe this cannon may actually succeed where other attempts have not. Are you going gelatinous on us, love? I'm delighted by your words, but they're atypical for you. If I am ever half as gooey as Mallow and Avins behave together, Daz, you may launch me from the orbital probe cannon. I know my brother Avins and his spouse will want to launch the probe with as much power as possible. I'm worried the cannon would break under the strain. I propose we give Avins and Mallow a slightly lower maximum power setting than the absolute maximum possible to create room for their enthusiasm. All right, so we're getting more ideas about what went wrong. It would have been wonderful to do this, but at least we'll get a cool show. Yeah, I suspect probably, like a lot of stuff that Frictional has done, there's definitely a measure, like, I mean, this can come down to just about everything, right? Like, it's a matter of taste, and there's only so much you can, there's only really so much that you can do in terms of those kinds of discussions. I mean, that is, like, I definitely don't like just reducing matters of taste down to it's like, yeah, well, you know, everything's all right, you know. I think there's some value in trying to find out exactly what's going on in certain discussions, what certain, you know, if there are certain principles in mind, like especially when, you know, talking about gaming discourse. But you know, I think the key for some of these things is, you know, is the matter of taste being generalized to, you know, because this is my taste, all gamers must now experience it this way, in which case I'm sort of like, yeah, that's not a good idea. Or is this just, I liked this game for this reason, and I think this group of people... Okay, yes, so I'm getting the reading now that any statue with eyes... So my expectation here would be that I will find 3 statues with eyes open, and presumably 3 statues of eyes that aren't open. One thing I'm a little curious about, I don't think that this little balls, the ball pit, I don't think that this is here by mistake. I have a feeling that there's probably a couple of puzzles in this game that rely on that kind of gravity, but I haven't quite gotten to a point where I feel like I have a good read on a case where that might be necessary. I'm sure it'll present itself, though. But yeah, like when it comes to Soma, I have a feeling that, and again, much like Amnesia and whatnot, like I'll admit, I quite liked Amnesia. And it was definitely more than just this is kind of the first horror style game that I played. I just thought there were a lot of things in it that really worked for me. But like I said, I wouldn't necessarily say that it's a must-play game for most people. And I think to a certain extent, I don't know if it's supposed to be, you know, the axis of story or the axis of you know, the idea of being hunted. You know, it'd be kind of interesting to see, you know, looking at the differences between Soma and... I will look at the log, but I feel like there's more stuff for me to check out at Giant's Deep before I do a review of the log. Like I said, I was going to go a little bit later tonight, so... it'd be kind of interesting to see the... Okay, I have a feeling I'm only going to set myself up for disappointment, but I believe the last time I tried to do this, I wound up crashing into the sun. Oh, damn it. Not the Ember Twin. Because I know I wound up crashing into the sun the last time I went hunting for this thing. I'm gonna start by establishing an orbit. Oh god, dude, stop. No, no, I forgot the gravity! I think I get a different wake up sound. Yeah. It'd be nice if there's a little bit of smoke, a puff of smoke that comes out of my mouth. I don't remember if I saw the shorts or not, Octobread. I should double check to see if I've seen them or not. But yeah, anyways, I was going to say, I'd be interested in sort of seeing, if we're talking about this idea of like a game versus you know, narrative, I'd be kind of interested in seeing the overlap between people who like some of the chase sequences in Soma and Amnesia and whatnot, and like, you know what, I'm gonna, now that I've got a target, I kind of want to. Try to be a little more gentle with the whole. I think what I'm going to do is I'm just going to try and get a little bit closer each time I see it doing its orbit, and then we'll pull back each time. But yeah, so it'd be interesting to see like the subset of people who like Dead by Daylight, and it really hasn't worked. That game doesn't really work for me, unfortunately. I know there's a lot of people who love it, and I personally really like seeing Canadian games not just do well, but like really step out on the world stage and catch people's attention. But I have some pretty fundamental issues with the way that game is. The way that game works and sort of how, yeah, well, you know, it's better for me to focus on the positive. But with that in mind, right, when I'm talking about differences of taste, like I have to assume that there's probably a certain degree of, you know, to a certain extent that there is probably the reasons why like certain features of frictional games more than others. Okay. I think I probably just screwed myself here. I don't want to get too aggressive. Because I might get a chance to land on this thing. Really hoping that I'd be able to get a... Well, no, well, here's what we do. We push as hard as we can to avoid the sun's gravity. And then we just see if we can get that thing on the next rotation. Okay, so... So now I've got a little aggressive on the... Oh, crap, crap. Well, I didn't burn myself up, so that's it's a start. So the main things I'm interested in is there's that same pattern that we see on most of our transports. I'm slightly annoyed that it doesn't... Ah, no! I got too greedy. Yeah, for me, I get the save, and then I then I go burn myself up again. I'm not sure if it's really worth putting this much effort into it, but I think I'm gonna give it one more try because I was getting better. I'm not convinced that, like, so I'm sure that with a certain amount of practice, it can, you know, anybody can make that. What I'm going to try and do is this. I'm going to get close to the sun. I'm going to take this opportunity. I do sort of want to see... Okay, so it does look like there is a... God, that is so close. Like, I'm pretty sure this is designed specifically for me not to be able to land on it. Or if I do, like, I'm gonna have to get a really precise hit. Oh, you know what? I'm probably coming in too hot. I may not survive this, but let's give it everything we got. So what I am mildly curious about is whether or not I am able to... Okay, so what my aim right now should be... So I don't want to get locked in the... I don't want to hit the point of no return. What I do want to do, though, I want to make it so that basically I can drop. So I want to get like right on top of its orbit. I would love it if I could somehow like set it. Okay. So I kind of think that's where I need to be. Oh, I screwed it up. So close to dropping down on that thing. I don't even notice. I don't even remember where I didn't even notice where I got out of control. Threading the needle in a burning haystack. Okay, one more time. Because I had the game plan in mind and then I didn't stick the landing. So again, I suspect I'm probably not going to be able to make this work. But I am interested in... By the way, there is something incredibly horrible about the fact that it is merely memories that are being transmitted, and so effectively what I'm doing is I'm consigning generations of me to these horrible deaths. But I suppose that's also what Into the Breach is all about, so... But yeah, after, I think... after this last attempt, I have better things I can do with my time. I think it's pretty clear that I can get rather stubborn about this sort of stuff, so... Okay, so take a little bit of the pressure off. So I seem to have alright, so what I'm doing here, what I want to make sure is that all of my adjustments now are going to be left... Oh crap, I messed up. So let's get a little more stability. It may mean that I have to give up on the approach this time around, but I'm fine with that because I think I found something resembling an equilibrium. So it looks like I could stand to go down a little bit. Okay, so we'll stop that. I crossed the point of no return again. Alright. So I'll put it to you this way. Yes, I think it's possible. No, I do not think I have the time or attention to perfectly line all that up. And I suspect if I'm supposed to land on that... So the other way of thinking of it, of course, is with that sign, I suspect I am supposed to get there through a transporter, rather than land there on my ship. That was worth the journey, I think. So there's clearly more stuff for me to check in the Giant's Deep. So I think yeah, there it is. It's doing autopilot so boring. I am actually kind of curious. I wonder how it handles landing. The way it handles landing is you're on your own, MFR. All right. Well, I didn't want to go to that island anyway. So I've seen... So yeah, for those of you wondering what I was talking about on the symbol, that might look familiar. One thing that I'm having a little more trouble with, that I wasn't expecting I would, is identifying the... Well, there's his ship. I suppose the big question is whether or not there's any benefit to me checking it out. So I did not know that ships floated. We'll take a quick minute. See what's... Oh no! Why? Why? Like a glove? So I suspect, like, we haven't actually found anything in these ships. That giant cyclone is going to ruin my day. But again, it doesn't hurt to take a peek. Gabbro does not seem at all concerned about the fact that he left his ship. And I think it's fair to say that if I can't get in this ship, then I can't get in anyone's ships. And again, like, in terms of... So I should just be clear here. Like, as far as puzzles on Giant's Deep are concerned, I'm pretty sure we have everything we need to get underwater. We need to find one of the counterclockwise whirlwinds. Now, that's actually a little bit harder. Well, one of them... This one's gonna... misread. Get off of my planet. All right. But yeah, so we know how to get below the current, I suspect. We know how to get past any electricity because of the jellyfish. Well, okay, we technically don't know that because I need to get inside a jellyfish, I believe. But once that's taken care of, I think I should be fine. Now, as far as the islands are concerned, I think he said there were 4. So we visited the Statue Island, we visited... So his island, Statue Island, we visited the one with the Bramble and... Okay, sorry. His island, Statue Island, Bramble, this is the 4th one. So after here, I should be considering how I get to lower levels. Yeah, this is one thing I like about all of the astronauts is they are not at all concerned about whether or not they're going to make it home. They could not possibly care less about... Actually, no, that's not true. I guess one of them is getting lonely. Next stage will be send Privet up, a new orbital cannon, install a space tracking system. Tell my friends here at the construction yard my gratitude for your tireless work. I had given up hope, but I truly believe this cannon may actually succeed where many other attempts have not. If I know my brother, Avens, and his spouse will want to launch the probe with as much power as possible, I'm worried the cannon will break under the strain. I propose that we give Avens and Mallow a slightly lower maximum power setting than the absolute maximum possible to create room for their enthusiasm, which of course invites the question why the cannon broke. So, you're going to let this on us, love. I'm delighted by your words, but they're atypical for you. If I'm ever half as gooey as Mallow and Avens behave together, Daz, you may launch me from the orbital program. So again, this is reiterating stuff that we already knew, but doesn't hurt to review because I was reading that in a bit of a rush. I wonder if this will protect me from the cyclone. Now, I'm intrigued by the fact that I seem to be able to run... I seem to be able to go all the way around. This almost seems like it would be a solution to some kind of puzzle. Or like probably the broken areas. Let's look over there. Maybe take a quick look at what's underwater. But yeah, I think our primary goal here is to... I think our primary goal is to find the tracking system. I suppose when I think about the original reason that I would have been given for going here, actually, I think I want to see what's on the table first. I'll not go underwater. So yeah, when I think about the original reason I was given for going here, it would really be to see the place where the statue was found. Now we found the statue. We know that any statues that have been activated have... I was very worried there was a cyclone about to ruin my day. Yeah, we know any statues with its eyes open have sort of been imprinted. See, that looks counterclockwise to me, so I guess it would be clockwise ones that take us underwater. Anyway, I can figure it out in the log later. That's not the thing that I'm working on right now. But yeah, so my original motivations for going to this... Oh, well, my actual motivations for going to this planet was to find that tracking system. But compared to what the game would have told me originally for why I would want to be here, would be the fact that I... excuse me. Would be the fact that the statue came from here. But I believe we've already explored all the locations that are sort of related to the discovery of statues and how they work and whatnot. Which, of course, is not to say that we know everything before I change anything. Let me see what this says. 8 minutes, 21 seconds ago, long-range probe successfully launched from orbital probe cannon. Home projection stone. Kanoi, Daz, and I were lifting orbital probe cannon components into orbit for assembly, and one somehow sank down beneath the current. Cassava convinced me not to try and recreate the phenomena myself using other cannon parts, but we're very curious to know what happened. How could something pass through the current? My gratitude for your interesting question. This is exciting. Spire constructed a model of Giant Steep here at the Brittle Hollow Southern Observatory, so yeah, this is probably more of that non-linear approach that we're talking about here, so we already know what we've seen. and reveals how an object might sink below the current. Kanoya, unable to grasp the answer by looking through the projection pool. If I visit the observatory, would you kindly explain? If you don't mind the trek beneath the surface to the South Pole, I'd be delighted to see you. Trailhead starts at Brittle Hollow's equator, so I think we've read this before. Kanoya, you should have seen it. We thought it was impossible for any cannon components to sink even partially below the current, but ours sank straight to the core. And of course we know about the difference between clockwise and counterclockwise. Here, there's the two examples. I should really remember what these symbols mean. This is intact. I mean, if I want to do some exploring that's not tied to, Oh, but I am gonna feel it when I land, though, so I wonder if I can get in one of these now. Yes, I can. Okay. Oh, did we just land in another one? I mean, I suspect, well, it's interesting, because, like, didn't they say that based on some of the, like, when you go into the settings for the game, I think it said that some of the puzzles depend on field of view. I don't know if that would mean that, because, I mean, obviously field of view and the ability to, I guess, yeah, all of the directions that I have, but is there, yeah, I genuinely don't know whether or not, am I gonna get hit by this again? Guess not. Although this would have been a wonderful time to test whether or not this gravity thing protects me from that. So I suppose the question now is whether or not there's anything interesting that I'll learn. One, underwater, but two, if there's anything else from this island. We've allowed for the possibility that the islands may be hollowed out in the middle, and there might be other workshops to see. The game did signpost to me that that was the case for one location. I should infer that's true for others. So I guess the way that this is set up is like this is where the construction happens, and then they point it at a cyclone and just fly it up. Or maybe they just wait for the island to float up and then detach it. Either way, I suppose the question is, do I have any? Oh yeah, of course. That's why you can walk around this. So you do all the construction. Isn't it? I like that there's some thought into how the construction happened. I will get a little oxygen from the tree, though. There we go. I am still a little weirded out, though, by the fact that we have skeletons all over the place, and yet the evidence of, the evidence of activity definitely suggests that these, that the Nomai were active a lot more recently than would be implied by the state of their bodies. Alright, so if there's an underground component, it is basically sealed off by the current. So it would seem to me, unless there's something on that Bramble Island, I'm not entirely sure there's anything else for me to look at on the surface. I might want to visit Gabbro one last time, though, just to see when I tell him I found stuff. Yeah, anyway, sorry, on the VR thing. Yeah, I don't know if there's a restriction in terms of what your field of view needs to be, because I know one of the things about VR seems to be you have to deal with the fact that people, like, the way people react to VR stuff, half of the problems seem to be not making people violently ill. But yeah, I'll admit, I would love to see these environments inside VR. Not that I have a VR headset or anything. Oh, this is a nice little indicator I never noticed before. The smoke will tell you. Smoke will tell you when you've got another explorer in the area. All right, so I guess what's interesting on this one is there isn't really a. There really isn't a spot for you to lock your ship down. So then I suppose the next question for myself is, what is the point for me being here? Because there aren't any signals for me to recognize. Oh, the one other thing I haven't investigated so far is the shard. In fact, now that I think of it, I've only explored the one on Brittle Hollow. I am an excellent pilot. Anyone who says otherwise is getting an instant ban. I'm mostly just trying to find a way to sneak past the ghost matter. Okay, so we can definitely get in the first part here. Anywhere... Yeah, so... Again, I'm really retracing steps I've already walked before, but now I don't have the two islands colliding on each other, so it's not a bad chance to check out some other details. I'm pretty sure this will wipe me out. Well, actually, that's not as bad as I thought it would be. So I'm pretty sure. So I think it's the light that is really close. Is free. Neat. Okay, I didn't even think that there would be paths through the... That actually makes me think that I should maybe be trying to get through the matter on trip 4, entry number whatever. Crashes 2, boring crashes 0. Remember to see Slate when I get back. Ha, yeah. Oh no! Good luck for finding my ship again, but... Oh, actually, I kind of hope that the ship lands in water. Otherwise, I'm I'm in a bit of trouble. Alright, it's not that far away. But yeah, so I should be trying to go through the ghost matter back in Timber Hearth. Most important thing I can do in this game is roast marshmallow. Especially because it gives me a chance to sip coffee. If I can successfully sip coffee and toast a perfect marshmallow, that's me winning the game. Alright, remember to see Slate when I get back. Ha, yeah, all the way down to the core. Consider yourself conquered, Giant Steep. You just got feldsparred. That was one of my more dramatic feats, if I do say so myself. I can't believe I wasn't electrocuted. Ah, I can't wait to tell Hornfells and Gossin about this one. I guess brute force isn't always the answer. Right, so that's one more off the list. Seems all there's left to do now is the big one. Dark Bramble, here I come. I think the game's telling me the order in which I should do stuff. So, what does kind of interest me is, so if this is where Feldspar went. Again, it's just something about these jellyfish being encased in the ice. This might have something to do with my ability to, might have something to do with my ability to actually get below the current. But anyways, yeah, back on Timber Hollow, I should actually see if there's a path through the field. That's probably my ship, actually. None shall pass. No, well, that's the end of my exploration. I still feel like we got some interesting. As playtesting, this would be a nightmare. Like trying to make sure the clues are clear enough would require a bunch of brand new testers all the time. I think, well, believe it or not, I think that's actually still something that's true for a lot of testing. So I think there's the idea of the Kleenex tester. You use it once and throw them away. I think Sunless Sea ran into the problem where a lot of the balance was built around people who, oh god, that's going to be a hard one to... Yeah, I don't actually think I can get back to my ship. At least not without another cyclone. Like one of the problems with Sunless Sea was that they had a very active community during early access and whatnot, but a lot of the balance for the game was basically built for people who are already familiar with it. And I was someone who was hit by this, right? I was very turned off by the game because I thought the beginning was pretty unforgiving, and I liked that game a lot more once I got a little bit more of the experience. I really want to try and go up in this thing, but I feel like it's pushing me away. Maybe a better use of my time would have been to try and hit the jellies. Well, hopefully I can get above water so I can see the show. But yeah, and I know for certain 4X games, again, they want to make sure that it's not just... it's different. Like, for some cases, they actually want people very familiar with the genre to get an idea. Because, those people can be really good at testing sort of maybe higher level play. But on the other hand, you don't necessarily just want to make 4X games for people who really like 4X games. Sometimes you want to make sometimes you want to make it a little more approachable. And so, you know, again, if you're familiar, and I'll be honest with you too, like there are games which I've played either in early access or similar states. Wait, was there something? No, I don't think there was anything I wanted to talk about it though. At the observatory. There are some games where lots of details. And it looks like there's more stuff for me on the construction site. I am still a little weirded out by the fact, so like you've got the you've got like the grays, right? So this, it might just be that this is its own color thing and that this is like a different thread. I'm not entirely convinced that's what it is. What I would really like to see is one of these things go from colored to gray, so I could confirm that. But so I spoke a little too soon about the construction yard. It looks like there's something that I didn't do. Actually, you know what? Here's the question about gray. So this is, okay, Northern Glacier, Hanging City. These are sort of related to the Explorers. Okay. Construction yard. This is an island where the Nomai built the orbital probe cannon. According to a Nomai computer, a long-range probe was recently launched from the orbital probe cannon. There's more to explore here. Bramble Island, the island of thorny vines that appears to be of a frozen jellyfish. It looks like Feldspar camped here before heading off to Dark Bramble. Ocean depths. Gabbro says there's a strong current beneath the surface of the ocean that prevents anything from sinking below it. The Nomai on the construction yard saw something sink beneath the underwater current, which they previously thought was impossible. Feldspar found a way to reach the core of Giant's Deep. Gabbro is lounging in a hammock on the island's shore. Statue Island. This island must be where the Nomai created statues like the one in our observatory. They found a Nomai statue lying on the beach. It looks just like the one in our observatory. Nomai statues were designed to pair with a single user, record their memories, and send those memories to a storage unit within the Ash Twin project. Each storage unit inside the Ash Twin project was equipped with a mask, the statue's counterpart, which could then send those stored memories back to the corresponding user. Statues were designed to only activate once the Ash Twin project succeeded, or in the event that it failed. There is also the possibility that so the eye of the star, basically there's the possibility that the whatever experiment was launched with the firing of the orbital cannon. Sorry, I almost dropped my controller. There's the possibility that and I mean, it's sort of hinted at by the dialogue. There's the possibility that it is the firing of the cannon that sets in motion the events that lead to the destruction of the star, and that the memories and the failsafe, like this whole process, is designed to, undo the. So I think they potentially could have been aware of the fact that they're destroying this star. If they do it wrong, and that the failsafe is basically us trying to undo the mistake that was created through the gravity cannon. So each storage unit inside the Ash Twin project was equipped with a mask to the statue's counterpart, which could then send the stored memories back to the corresponding user. Statues were designed to only activate once the Ash Twin project succeeded, or in the event that it failed. Now that's a question. So why would you need those if they succeeded? Ash Twin project. The central chamber inside the Ash Twin was physically sealed off by an immensely thick protective shell. Every memory recorded by a Nomai statue is transmitted to a corresponding storage unit within the Ash Twin. So this, of course, invites the question, how am I going to get inside it if I do decide to go there? Okay, so I want to talk with Gabbro for sure. I want to go back to the construction yard, and then I think I've held off visiting Giant's Deep. Or sorry, going further in Giant's Deep long enough, so lots for me to do. I'm already an hour over, but I don't mind because this is a fun game and I already have my coffee. Why am I doing that? Oh yeah, I haven't even taken a look for the shard. Okay, maybe I shouldn't be just launching off into whatever direction. This is my nemesis, the Quantum Moon. Easiest way to get the Quantum Moon to stop mocking you is just look the other way. We're definitely coming in really hot, but I'm assuming, unless I get really lucky with oh, actually, we did all right. That's really not encouraging though, because I suspect what it means is I'm going to, I'm probably just going to come in more hot on my other planets. Okay, so this one. I didn't want to visit that island. Wait a minute, this is the one with it's Bramble. I don't want an island suddenly falling on top of me. So I should either look for the campfire or find the construction site. I wanted to see if I could do like a trick shot and have the island land on top of me so that I'd have my ship inside. That probably is a really good way for me to break my ship. I don't need landing mode when it'll do it for me. Alright, let's see. So again, real reason I'm going here is because it said that there is information I haven't explored yet. Interesting. 700 meters? Not convinced that's what I need to be working on right now. Crushed by Island is a surprisingly popular choice of death. So it's a little bit of a waste of time, but let's just, it never hurt. I mean, I've learned this from other games. Never hurts to reread dialogues, to be sure. So this is it. We finished building the final orbital probe cannon module and are ready to send it to orbit around Giant's Deep for assembly. Our next step will be to send Privet up to the orbital probe cannon to install the probe tracking system. This is it. We finished building the final orbital probe cannon module and are ready to send it to orbit around Giant's Deep for assembly. To all my friends here at the construction yard, my gratitude for your tireless work. I have given up hope, but I truly believe this cannon may actually succeed where other attempts have not. Are you going to Latinus on us, love? I'm delighted by your words, but they're atypical for you. If I'm ever half as gooey as Mallow and Evans behave together, Daz, you may launch me from the orbital probe cannon. To all my friends at the construction yard, my gratitude for your tireless work. I've given up hope. If I know my brother Avens and his spouse will want to launch the probe with as much power as possible, I am worried the cannon will break under the strain. I propose that we give Avens and Mallow a slightly lower maximum power setting than the absolute maximum possible to create nuclear enthusiasm. So, yeah, these are things that we already knew, we already read, but it doesn't hurt to check again. So there's the possibility that maybe I haven't checked for any of the other scrolls. Oh, hang on. Nope, there isn't. So I was wondering if there was one of those slots for the. Well. I get to test the hypothesis that I can keep walking on these things here. Actually, this is a great opportunity for me to see if there's any obvious stuff that I haven't been paying attention to. So under the water. Well, if I wanted to see the bottom of the island, I suppose this is my chance. I better attach myself to this thing, toot sweet. Well, sort of. I didn't die. This is my new standard. This thing might go up again. Alright, as exhilarating as that was, that didn't bring me any closer to finding out what I might be missing. It's really neat to see the turret like this. So we'll do it the old-fashioned way. Got our brittle hollow projection stone. Now we already checked that out, but maybe just double check that there wasn't anything inside the bins that I wasn't properly paying attention to. So as far as the department of, hey you idiot, you didn't look at the object. As far as they're concerned, I've got everything I need from this side of the structure. But I mean, again, if redoing everything from last time was the solution, I wouldn't be getting a you left stuff undone message. So, but I don't think I'm not entirely sure. Sort of hammering, or like kind of taking tweezers and going over every last section of the island is quite the way I want to work with this. Yeah, it's an oddity though. There isn't anything obvious to my mind that I'm missing out on. Daz and I were lifting the orbital probe cannon components into orbit for assembly, and one somehow sank beneath the current. Sava convinced me to try to recreate the... yeah. This definitely isn't why I'm being told I didn't do everything. Says there was a problem with the proposed power source. The orbit probe cannon won't be asked to fire. I hope you're pulling my locomotive limb here, Kazava. I wish I were, my friend, but no, they aren't certain that they can fix the problem, so the orbital probe cannon is on indefinite hiatus. I pre-bet Mallow that they should return from the cannon. My spouse and I will remain in the construction yard for now. An update, Mallow and I will join you and Daz. Pre-bet left to visit her brother. She fears Medea may feel responsible. I mean, this gives me a reason maybe to go back. Ah, okay. That's probably... So I think I failed to read the one. So what interests me here is that there's the possibility that they... I mean, this gives me a reason to go back to the forge, but it also... I think there's the possibility that whatever fix they proposed might be the... Because, like, the thing about the cannon being destroyed from too much power, they already built in a safety mechanism for that. So that invites the question why, if they already anticipated that people would put too much power in, why did it explode? And it's possible that that has nothing to do with the the amount of power that was given, and instead it's more about the like the power source. Anyways, that looks like that was the thing we were missing. So for some reason the Nomai put the orbital probe cannon on indefinite hiatus. The cannon was not asked to fire. Of course, we know for a fact that the thing was launched. So, I mean, this is the point where I need to go to the probe tracking module. I don't actually have a good model for finding it once I get down there, but it would seem to me the first thing I want to do is find one of these. Oh yeah, actually that's just so I don't go too far off the reservation. Let's might be I mean I can figure it out. Yeah, there we go. So cyclone. Okay, so most cyclones on Jet Steep rotate clockwise. These are cyclones that the Nomai use to send components into orbit. A rarer type of cyclone that spins the opposite direction pushes objects beneath the waters. So yeah, clockwise is up, counterclockwise is down. Now determining it in the moment is actually a little bit harder than I thought, but although I suspect if there's a bunch of them on this ground, that's promising. Okay, so now I need to figure out how I get myself surrounded inside a jellyfish. Oh, it's going in, so let's just charge in. Ow! Come on, man. I would say Dark Sorcery, Robin. That's my go-to. All right. So... see these guys going in and coming out. You know, the big question for me is, do I really want to try and, like... yeah. How much do I want to bet I'm going to get very badly damaged if I just try and touch that with my hand? But you know what? It's like eating a Tide Pod. Sometimes it just looks too delicious. And you gotta try it yourself. I'm sure there's something in the log that will tell me more about it. That's it. I haven't died yet. Ow! I didn't even see that one. Pay closer attention. There you go, marshmallow. Alright, I suspect I got repairs I need to do, so let's just get that. Get that sorted first. Alright, yeah, so I'm going to need to think a little bit about how Feldspar got through this. There's also, of course, the interesting question, how the hell do I get back out of here? But I'm assuming if I just shoot up, I'll get past the current. So, frozen jellyfish, definitely a thing we have encountered before. Well, we might as well read what we've got here. The ocean is surprisingly calm beneath the current. Some sort of electrical field surrounds the planet's core. Bramble Island, an island of thorny vines and what appears to be frozen jellyfish. It looks like Feldspar camped here before heading off to Dark Bramble. Feldspar is alive. They crashed their ship and are now camping inside a huge anglerfish skeleton. Feldspar doesn't think that my scout tracker is wrong when it says that my scout is in two places at once. They have a theory that space doesn't work the same inside Dark Bramble. Feldspar doesn't sound overly eager to return to civilization. They've been enjoying the relative peace and quiet. And Feldspar documented their attempts to eat this enormous jellyfish frozen in the ice. The outside was all rubbery and tough, possibly because it insulates the jellyfish's insides from getting zapped by electricity. Feldspar decided to venture into the jellyfish's interior cavity to see if it tasted any better on the inside. After tasting the inside of the jellyfish, Feldspar concluded that these jellyfish are only useful for insulation from electricity. So, this is the challenge, right? We knew going in. We knew going in that the jellyfish were going to be a, well, yeah, so I mean, maybe the idea is that we do really need to find, we need to visit Bramble first. But then he didn't go to, yeah, that's an interesting question, actually. So I don't know if it's supposed to be that eating the jellyfish helps. There's clearly, I mean, unless I'm really missing a detail here, I don't really think there's any way to go inside a jellyfish without without getting shocked. What's weird, though, is that if I'm visiting Dark Bramble to be able to... If I'm visiting Dark Bramble to be able to get the jellyfish, then that invites the question about why Feldspar was able to do it, because his whole... Well, no, I guess he could be reflecting on his... Wait, I think I wanted to talk with Gabbro. Well, at least get that off the list and confirm it as something I don't need to explore. Hey, Time Pal, nice weather we're having, huh? Wait, have I used that one before? What's up? How do you say still calm in the face of repeated impending death? Deep breaths. No, seriously, I meditate. Want me to teach you? It'll be the next time loop before you know it. Sure, why not? Okay, close your eyes. Oh wow, that ended it. Alright. I should have got some other dialogue done, but... I really wish I understood why he understands what's going on with the time loops. I feel like that was in the first bit of dialogue, which I wound up losing because of the because the cyclone hit us. Now, it's not clear exactly what the meditation gives me, but... I definitely have other questions for him, so that's going to be our first priority. And I'm going to do this the manly pilot way. I'm not going to do anything but just slam into the planet with full force. See, I'm not even worried about the current. Wait, holy crap, we actually got through the current doing that. Oh no, we didn't. I was like, wow, that is a really forgiving puzzle if you just go in with enough force. I mean, I could probably just go back to the pod and like look at the moments I originally talked with them. That's the nice thing about the pause function, but yeah, that's the one thing I'm always a little worried about, Woban, but you know, I kind of wish I built a hammock here before we ended up in this time loop. What's up? I found something. Nice, nice. What you got for me? I reached the inside of Statue Island. So the Nomai created those head statues to record memories, huh? Yeah, I could see the Nomai doing that. Not sure what for, but it seems like their sort of thing. You think the statues are recording our memories then? Because I can remember that one on the back of it, which looked at me funny. It must be my memory friend. Ah, okay. So that that answer, he looked at the statue. Hello again. What's up? Actually, I found out what happened to the orbital probe. I think we already did that. Too much power. What are you doing out here? Well, what are any of us doing out here, really? I'm just kidding. I'm out here exploring our solar system, same as you. But I'll tell you what, outer space really gives you room to think. It's quiet and peaceful out there. I really love the idea that he's annoyed by the fact he needs to make a hammock every time loop. I mean, it's usually quiet and peaceful. Sometimes a cyclone comes by and lifts my little island paradise clean out of the water. Then less peaceful. What's up? Here's something you might like. At the start of every time loop, I keep seeing a bright flash in the sky. At the start of every loop, something must be happening up there in orbit. What else? Have you been to Statue Island? That's what I've been calling it, seeing as it's the island where I found the glowing Nomai statue. Get it? I was on the beach on Statue Island when the whole glowy business happened. By the way, it's a nice beach for that kind of thing. I give it a solid 7 out of 10 on the Gabbro relaxation scale. If you feel like checking out Statue Island, it's the one with the 2 islands connected by a natural rock arch. Well, mostly connected. You'll see. What's up with this planet? I know, right? Oh, you meant like, tell me more about it. I got you. Well, Giant Steep is massive, mostly water. No surprises there. But a strong current weighs beneath the surface that prevents anything from sinking below it. Seriously, I tried everything I could think of to get past the current, and neither idea worked. As for land masses, I've counted 4 islands, including this one. There's also one with that Nomai statue I saw on the beach. So that implies there might be 5 islands. But you seen the cyclones? Yeah, they're hard to miss. They'll toss up everything in their path, the islands included. Little tip, if you get picked up, try to land in water. It's less likely to kill you. Speaking of, where's your ship? That's a good question. It's definitely on the planet somewhere. There's a cyclone here that I tossed it. That's a nice little moment. Okay. I think Bramble's my next best bet. Gabbro found a Nomai statue on another island. The statue's eyes started glowing, and Gabbro saw their memories flash before their eyes. Gabbro and I seem to be the only 2 ones aware that we're in a time loop. Of course, what we've seen implies that there may be a third a third individual. There is an outside possibility it's Feldspar, actually, but I don't know that for sure. I'm also slightly curious. So we've seen Bramble Island for sure. We've seen Construction Yard, Gabbros Island, so that's 3. Statue Island, 4. Yeah, so unless... I mean, I could be just parsing that sentence weird, but if there are supposed to be 4 islands, we've seen them all. I am, however, going to try and find Bramble Island again, because I think that is my... Short of going to... I think it was Bramble... Not Bramble. Basically, short of finding Feldspar again, I think that's my best bet to find the insides of a jellyfish. I thought I saw something a little different, but I was imagining things. Okay, so taking a quick minute just to see... Oh, that was the longest possible journey I could have taken, unless that thing wound up... Okay, now that was... It looked like that was moving for a moment. Now I'm gonna guess it's probably too much to hope that I can just, like, fire the blasters and melt these things out. Now the drawback here is if I leave my ship on the top, I don't believe there's any way I can get back to it unless I wind up back in space. Where'd it go? Yeah, so if I just leave my ship in the air, like, oh no, I guess if I go here, that's the water. Well, you know what is it so bad if I just go on the water? Yeah, so this is the acquisition of jellyfish is sort of the pain point now. I'm assuming that the ghost matter isn't this easy to bypass. Although I guess I never checked under the... I mean, so I do need to allow for the possibility that this might get caught in one of the... like the underwater parts. But that seems like very, very wishful thinking. Those are rare events on this planet, so the idea of sitting in the time loop waiting to hit the right cyclone is I don't feel like that's the right way to go about it. Although, I mean, the idea of resting, I haven't actually tried resting on one of these fires. At some point, there's going to be a use that I have for that. Anyway, I'm actually kind of okay leaving my ship here, as long as I find a slightly effective way of getting back into the water. I think this is the death path. Given that this is not a LucasArts adventure game, I'm going to assume meditation does not result in the melting of ice. very effective. This is much more effective than me trying to navigate around the sun. So, jellyfish are there. Oh, hello. There's that tiny little bit teasing me up there. Whoa! Did that really just go through the air? Trip 4, entry number whatever, crashes 2, boring crashes 0. Remember to see Slate when I get back. Ah, yeah, all the way down to the core. Consider yourself conquered, Giant Steep. You just got feldsparred. It was one of my more dramatic feats, if I do say so myself. Can't believe I wasn't electrocuted. Ah, can't wait to tell Hornfells and Gosson about this one. I guess brute force isn't always the answer. Right, so that's one more off the list. Seems that's all that's left is the big one now. Dark Bramble, here I come. Okay. So if I have a way of climbing up trees, that'll help me. I mean, again, the whole possibility... It is pretty... I'm thinking it's pretty... I'm really reaching at the idea that this little bit of jellyfish sticking out of the ice is going to be what I need. But I can at least put those demons to rest. If I don't check it out... Oh, did I just get stuck? There we go. Trying to make sure I don't do what I'm trying to do. Well, yes, it seems there is nothing I can do with this. But what I am going to try and do is get myself in a position where I can land on something useful. Ow! I'm calling BS on that one. All right, so I think my big question for myself right now is, do I think there's any benefit to messing around with the with Bramble Island, or is it better for me to just try and deal with the jellyfish that I know? I think in this case, dealing with the jellyfish that I know is a slightly better use of my time. Actually, sorry, I just want to double check that I didn't get any. I don't think I have anything new in the log, but. So I think I'm going to head back to Feldspar to see if there's something I maybe missed. Now that I know what it looks like, it wouldn't be bad to sort of refresh. I just want to see it so I can launch my... Oh, there we go. Something tells me going through the sun is not the most effective way. I also might have gone a little too heavy on the All right, so slamming into this thing at about 500 meters a second sounds like an airtight plan. Obviously, the best approach to Dark Bramble is just to slam into the center. Be so confident in your trajectory that you don't worry about the rest. Yeah, I mean, now I know how to meditate, so I don't worry about impending death, right? I'll admit, I'm not 100% sure what that did, but... I just keep forgetting that space is weird in this one, but I'm pretty sure if I just follow Outer Worlds Ventures, I'm not going to have a problem. Not so sure about this one. Ah, yes, now I remember. Oh, hang on. Damn it! Wait, really? I feel like it wasn't so difficult to find him last time, but I might just not be remembering correctly. Anyways, this is definitely the spot, so... Again, trying to remember which bumpers, or what are the bumpers and the triggers, let alone what's left and right, is a bit of a challenge. Some of the collisions are definitely very exciting and dramatic. I'm just looking to land, my friend. Then again, maybe I'm not supposed to be able to land here, but... I remember I would usually just ditch the ship, but... Oh yeah, that's definitely not going to let me in there. Alright. I'll just hang it on one of the teeth and hope for the best, because I'm wasting time here. So if I really do need to go all the way over here to get some jellyfish innards, I'm gonna have to make sure that I give myself enough time to go to Giant's Deep and good lord, just find me a place to set down. Really? Did I not? There we go. Alright, I can't remember if there was like a recording that I was supposed to read here. But wouldn't hurt to have a quick chat with Feldspar again, so... Whoa, where'd you come from? No one's come here in, well, ever, actually. That makes you the second Hearthian to reach Dark Bramble. After me, of course. Well done. Say, it's you. They made you an astronaut? You haven't blown yourself up yet? Good for you. Let me guess, anglerfish? Heh, got it in one. Kinda hard not to, once you've seen one of those fish up close and personal, like. We'll take a load off and refill your oxygen tank, Hatchling. There's plenty of fire to go around. Anything else you wanted? I found something. I found the frozen jellyfish near your ship. Ah, so the old thing's still there, is it? That's when I first camped out after the crash. You know, so it was pretty cozy inside. Does lack the structural integrity and indomitable spirit of a camp made in the shelter of the very bones of the species that tried to eat you, I suppose. Still, very cozy. I found a dark bramble seed on Timber Hearth. That's bad business, Hatchling. This chart will tell you, if you so much as glance in Dark Bramble's direction, there used to be a fifth planet where the bramble is now. This infernal plant appeared at the center and kept growing and growing until it shattered the planet and scattered its pieces across space. If we don't get that seed you found sorted real quick like, I suspect Timber Hearth will be heading toward a similar fate. And I'll tell you what, we Hearthians have to overcome far too much to be done in by some worthless seed. Where should I explore here? That's the spirit. Anywhere's good, but you should know that space is weird here, intensely. Ever tried throwing your probe into one of these weird seeds? See there, with a little opening? It's just big enough to launch one through. Your probe tracker will tell you that the probe is in two places at once, but I don't think that's wrong exactly, because space doesn't work right in here. That seed looks small, see? But inside, it's bigger. Much bigger. I've had a lot of time to think about this, and my theory is space and Dark Bramble kind of expands as you go through each sphere, and that's why it's bigger inside those seeds. And well, that's my theory. Keep that in mind while you're exploring Dark Bramble, and maybe you won't get lost inside forever. Good luck. We've already heard a lot of this, but where's your ship? Not far from here, as a matter of fact. If you go straight past the tail of the anglerfish skeleton there, you'll see a flickering light in the fog. Follow that and you'll find my old ship. What's left of it, anyway. What happened to this anglerfish? Oh, the skeleton? It was like this when I got here. As near as I can tell, this anglerfish must have been chewing on vine and eaten the seed, and the seed grew and grew in the poor fish's stomach until this happened. Gross, huh? Skeleton was a good find. The light keeps the fish away, you know? See, they're territorial, so they mostly avoid each other. That's why I set up camp here. I'm wondering if there's a possibility of using an angler in combination with a jellyfish, but I haven't actually encountered an angler yet. Shouldn't I tell ground control to come get you? Well, yeah, sure, whenever you have the time. Frankly, I kind of like it out here. Quiet, peaceful-ish. You're a little young to understand, but it's a lot of pressure, being the best that ever was. It's been nice to have a break. Alright, you reached the core of Giant's Deep. How you do it? Giant's Deep core, huh? Ah, that was a wild one. But since you're asking, I gotta assume you haven't made it down there yourself yet, right? If I tell you how, it kind of feels like cheating. On a completely unrelated note, that sure was a big hollow vine my ship crashed into. Yep. If I were you, I'd go take a walk and see where it ends. You want to go to the tail at the end of the anglerfish skeleton here and look for a flickering light in the fog. That'll be my old ship. Path starts there. So we didn't really get anything we didn't already know, but you know, like I said, it's not necessarily bad to reacquaint yourself with material. Now, so far as I can tell, there's no benefit to messing around with other people's ships. So there's a side of me that said, hey, maybe I can repair it, but... Oh, now I've gone and done it. So again, this should all be material we're familiar with, but... Tip 4, entry number, I'm going to say not 1. Crashes 3, boring crashes 0. A personal best. Whoa, I never thought I'd see one of these beasties outside of Giant's Deep. They're awfully useful back there. Maybe a jellyfish could be useful here too? Ugh, this tastes terrible. The outside is all rubbery and tough. Maybe that's because it insulates the jellyfish's insides from getting zapped by electricity? Right, I'm going inside this jellyfish's interior cavity to see what, if what's in there tastes any better. So again, I'm kind of getting the same. Well, this is interesting actually. Well, no, actually this is less interesting than I thought. I'm like, okay, so if I'm just walking up through the sort of the tendrils, but note to Feldspar, do not eat this even if you are dying. It would be too sad if this were the last thing you ever ate in this life. I guess these jellyfish are only useful for insulation from electricity. Again, do not eat. Loves Feldspar. I think I said that this might be evidence that he's in the time loop too, but I suppose this could actually just be a note that's left for him if he's, like, starving, and it's just a reminder, no, bad. So I was like, okay, well maybe the idea is that I go up through, maybe I go up through the jellyfish, but if this thing's dead, like, it's not going to electrocute me. So I mean, again, it's not at all clear. I don't think there's an eat jellyfish option here, which suggests to me that there isn't any real benefit to coming out here except to get the information. I suppose in the worst case scenario, I can just try and, you know, like go up through the jellyfish on Giant's Deep. That's the only thing I can really. I was kind of hoping that I would see something that I didn't notice before having been to Giant's Deep. But I think we've already gotten all the information I can get from this spot, which is fine. I mean, again, closing off avenues of, to my view at least, closing off avenues of inquiry are just as important as like cracking the thing wide open. I feel like if I only paid attention to the times that. So I guess maybe the best way for me to explain it would be if I only paid attention to the times that it just spelled out the answer for me, then I would be really missing out on... I'd be missing out on probably some of the more interesting, you know, logs, approaches. There's a few different things that you can miss out on doing that. But yeah, especially because things are time sensitive, I'm very much in favor of finding things that. I'll just double check that I don't have any. Things still there. That's where I first camped out. No pre-closing sign. Yeah. Sniper Guy Gaming, thank you very much for the host. Did I just walk in the fire? I'm an idiot. How you doing? It's been a while since I've seen you. Were you doing GTA? I know if you're going late, you're usually doing GTA 5. So maybe one of your top 3 games ever. Excellent. This is my first time playing it, and I mean, one of the things I'm really enjoying is just being able to explore all the environments. So I'm not really trying to rush it, but I'm glad you're having a good time. The 13-hour stream of Last of Us 2. Oh wow! So I think Glare. Yeah, sorry, not done with it, but it's been crazy. Yeah, I mean everything I've heard about it is that it's excellent, and I know Glager has taken a break from it. But I'm glad you're having a good time with it. So how long ago did you play it when it first came out, or did you play it recently? Because I know it just got a Steam release. Oh, now here's an interesting question. How am I going to get... Oh, well, okay. Yeah, unable to pinpoint location. Yeah, this is going to be interesting to see whether or not I'm able to find my way out again. I mean, this might be a nice opportunity for me to see what happens if I rest at the bonfire, but I really wasn't paying attention to how I got in here. Well, that's really fun. If you'd like to, I mean, I'm pretty much avoiding any information about the game until I finish it myself. But if you would like to leave the, if you'd like to leave a link to the essay inside of chat, I'm sure there's definitely a few fans of the game who would like to see what you have to say. As far as how far, I mean, I don't really have an easy answer for that sort of stuff, because it seems that you're given the freedom to sort of approach the game however you would like. I have a feeling I'm probably just going to perish inside of, well, there's a couple of things I can imagine. Ow! I've more or less finished with Brittle Hollow for now, and I'm kind of at the point where I'm trying to pass Giant's Deep. But I'm struggling a little bit with the jellyfish, and I have an approach I want to try. But in order to reacquaint myself with the jellyfish, I made a trip to the Bramble Patch, and now I've gone and done it. But yeah, so I would say there is something I very clearly left something undone in you know what? It's probably best that I just head towards the light, as one does. What I really should be looking for is the end of some kind of seed to go through. Oh, actually, here's an idea. I need to stop being so willing to just crash into stuff. Oh, there's only one way I can... Okay, that's going to be a hard target, but... it's not like I've got anything better to do right now. Oh, you know what? They maybe made it that I can't shoot a probe from the ship. Ooh, yeah, that's going to be... well... let's see if I'm elite. Not even close. Nailed it. Whoa! What did I just... wait, really? Did I just shoot it out the... God damn it. First try. Okay, well, it's a moot point because the world's about to end. That was a fun diversion, but I'd kind of like to get out of here. So let's see what happens. I mean, I might as well get something useful out of my final moments of existence. Let's see what happens if I just follow the path. Yeah, wow, it is really easy to get disoriented in here, but you know what? I think I'm actually on my way out. So yeah, this is the big one for me, is that like it's really easy to get to a moment like this and say, okay, well, you know, I might as well just sit down and, you know, and wait for it to reset, and that's how I get out of Dark Bramble. But obviously what we gained out of that, whether or not I need to show up there, emergency scout recall activated. There's no emergency. Whoa! That definitely wasn't the sun that got me. But yeah, I mean, it's just one of these cases where, like, you've got nothing to lose. So in this case, you just learn a little bit more. In this case, if I wind up lost in Dark Bramble again, I have a little bit of an algorithm for getting out of trouble again. But it's pretty clear to me that we have everything. So I mean, we're to a certain extent, we've not made any progress from where we were at the beginning of the stream, which is we already have the same information we had about Giant's Deep as when we started. And now it's a question of sort of implementing these ideas. And I'll admit, none of the solutions I have are particularly elegant, but maybe that's not the point. Maybe the point right now is to just, you know, give these things a try. By the way, I'm sorry I didn't give you a proper shout-out, Sniper Guy Game. I mean, I think the majority of people watching came in from your... Yoven's got it. I did a Google search just to get an idea about whether or not I wanted to, you know, how much time I wanted to commit to streaming the game. And it said, you know, how long does it take to beat 20 minutes? I'm like, thank you. I appreciate the sarcasm, Google, but not quite what I had in mind. Sorry, I was going somewhere. But yes, for those of you who... Actually, you know what, Sniper Guy Gaming? You've hosted us so many times. And yet I don't really have a really... I always talk about you in relation to Cool Eagle, and I don't think that's really right for your channel, because you're your own man. But, I mean, with that in mind, the majority of stuff that I tend to watch from you is usually in light of your collaborations. What would be the best term for you? In any case, guys, if I don't know if any of you can actually do an SO Sniper Guy Game, but if you click on his name and you can follow the link. But other than The Last of Us, I always kind of just wanted to peg you as a variety caster, because I know the majority of stuff I've watched you do usually is more strategy or sort of RPG-ish. So again, the idea here is to go up through the... Okay, that's interesting. It's hard to see me, like, piloting the whole ship up there, though. Okay, you know what, let's just... I think I screwed up my opportunity here. Ow! Yeah, I mean, there's definitely some strategy stuff I've seen you do. Maybe it was better for me to I'll try one more outside of my ship. But maybe I did the wrong thing. But yeah, I mean, I think it would be wrong to call you a strategy streamer because of the just because of the RPG and strategies that I've seen. You describe yourself as a variety streamer. Try to do a lot of story games, but you like to dip into some strategy stuff for sure. Also card games here and there. You did a bunch of Magic the Gathering Arena at one point. Had a long list of Twitch strings, but you've fallen into doing a lot of story-based stuff, which seems to be your forte, you think. Cool. We were talking about Soma recently. Did you get a chance to play that? I'm assuming you have to if you've done story-based stuff, but I don't like to assume. And actually, the two story-based games that I've enjoyed the most recently. Hey, that's cool. We can see the probe moving out. But yeah, we did After Party was one that we really enjoyed most recently, and why am I blanking on the other one? For instance, your wife and you have been playing the Metal Gear Solid games once a week. On stream? I haven't seen that yet, but you've heard of Soma but haven't played it. You hear it's really good. I very strongly recommend that you play. Unless you like straight up don't like any horror elements inside of your games, I would call it a very good science fiction narrative game. But there are definitely horror elements inside of it. So it's probably worth accounting for that. You're down with horror. Okay, good. I'm pretty sure I saw one of the Resident Evil ones, but again, if I'm asking you what type of streamer you are, I probably shouldn't be assuming what types of games you enjoy. But yeah, I definitely think Soma. I don't know if you. So depending on when you got Outer Wilds. I always know there's the challenge of bringing up epic stuff whenever. But again, I don't want you to live in the shadow of Cool Eagle. So I always know there's a danger of bringing up Epic Games Store stuff. If you have been following the free games on Epic Games Store, you probably already own a copy of Soma. If not, such is life, right? Am I just not? I may not be hitting it with enough force, so let's try and go higher up. I don't remember having this much trouble. I picked the wrong one. It's the Harrison Ford Cyclone, get off my plane. I'm a huge Epic fan, but you're willing to put up with for some stuff you played on Xbox Game Pass. Love it so much. When I bought it to yeah. Yeah, so basically what it comes down to is however much, whether or not you're willing to get the free games is what it really comes down to. If you've been enjoying the free games from them, then Soma was one of them, and you're ready to go. And if you haven't been following the free games for long enough, then you'll probably have to pay at some point. I think also if you're a member of, why am I finding it so hard to find? There we go. I think also if you're a member of Humble Choice, you probably got a copy. Or I guess it wasn't Humble Choice that time. Ah, that's interesting. So for some reason I was able to go up from underneath at one point but not the other, so I need to learn the difference of that. That probably explains why I perished last time. Every scientist did anything. You have it in your Steam library? Okay. I mean, it's not my place to tell you what games to play. Oh, I really wanted to try and go for the effort on that, but... Oh, here's an interesting question. So if they fear light... I wonder if the flashlight does anything about it. Oh, actually, that's an interesting idea too, because my headlights are always on. My headlights are always on in the ship. Okay, but it looks like they basically... It looks like they're giving the charge no matter what. So I'm just going to take a minute here and see if any of the behavior changes based on the light. Not really. So the thing that's going to make this tricky is... Okay. But I'm not too worried about the electrical systems being damaged. Okay, so there's definitely a way... That was maybe a little too optimistic. I think at this point I need to actually bother. I think I should do some repairs. So the bottom-up approach is very much in question. All right, sure. I mean, I have zero room for error on these guys, but well, that's not true. I mean, I could maybe try heading up to see to get the marshmallows again, but oh, I'm not going to make that in time. So I mean, at this point, even just giving it a shot, it looks like one might be coming out of the... At this point, I really just want to experiment. And again, my lack of precision is probably not going to be doing me any favors here, but I can at least try and line stuff up properly. Okay. Oh, crap. My palms might be a little sweaty right now. Alright, that was fun. Now, there's a whole other question about how the hell... Okay, that's how it tells me. I can see the electricity coming up. Alright, so presumably I just head straight down. I hope. Oh, this is cool. Alright. I mean, there's 1,001 ways that this can go wrong, but I mean, it's really fun to run into problems like this for me, because like I said, we knew everything we needed at the start of this, but a few careless moves on my part, and I wound up sort of investigating a whole bunch of problems that weren't really problems. But first priority... Okay, actually there's one thing I want to do before I go into the... Really? 600... What? That doesn't make any sense. Anyways, this is definitely my priority to see what's going on. Okay, 1, 2, 3. I definitely need to figure out what's going on. I mean, it might just be that these always... I might be reading more into this and it's actually just doing sort of a circuit. But it would seem to me that there are 3 people who are aware of the time loop. I know I'm one of them. We've met one of the others as well. All right. So yeah, this is an interesting question. Who looked at this statue? Here, I have exciting news. Privet, the Ash Twin project is almost prepared to receive the probe data from the orbital probe cannon. Rami is adding some finishing touches here, but she'll be finished soon. Are you and the orbital probe cannon well? We are. The probe tracking module is ready to record each launch's flight trajectory and will automatically transmit all relevant data to you. On the other appendage, I am now worried about this cannon's structural integrity and the crew's moral integrity. Once the probe determines the location of the Eye of the Universe, I'll send an alert immediately to you and Rami. So this raises an interesting question as to whether or not that alert can be or has been sent. I think we already have the information we need about the launch module. We've definitely already been here. I suspect probably the launch module will also... we won't have any new data from that, but... People ask me that question a whole lot. I think the world is a mysterious and interesting place, and there are many, many mysteries and many dangers. Imagine, Privet, the probe tracking module will be the first to know the coordinates of the Eye of the Universe. You'll be the first to see them. I'm honored and terrified. You won't ask the orbital probe cannon to use so much power that it breaks, will you? Fret not, my nervous friend. Okay, we've got another... Okay, so this is interesting. We've got another version of events here. Fret not, my nervous friend. We only need to fire the probe once anyway, so who minds if it compromises the orbital probe cannon structural integrity slightly? I would mind, Mallow. I would mind, because we won't be capable of receiving our probe's data if the probe tracking module is destroyed. Well, yeah, actually this is tricky. Maybe this is the same text from last time. It definitely felt like there was a different, kind of a different tone. But, presumably, this side of the building will tell me a bit about where the probe... Well, actually, it might just give me the same information I got last time. Come on. Oh, neat. Receiving data from probe 9,318,089. I'm very curious if I try this in the next cycle, if that will increment to 90. Visualizing current trajectory of probe 9,318,089. Okay. So that's the trajectory. I don't think it's going... Well, this is rotating, but then this shouldn't be intact if it's the cannon in Giant's Deep. The orbital machine gun, which finds all possible locations for the Eye of the Universe. Retrieving previous launch data from Ash Twin. Total number of probes launched, 9,318,089. Deep space anomaly matching all known criteria for the Eye of the Universe found by probe 9,318,054. Well, unless we can go back in time, we're never going to find it again, so sorry. It's worth a try. We'll just enjoy the cycle. No, no! Get back. Get back here. Come back here. There. When you apply the translator to you, it says Amazon.com. All right. Retrieving stored coordinates from Ash Twin, displaying coordinates for the eye of the universe. God damn it! That's not helpful. Nope. All right, so yeah, the big question here is whether or not I've seen everything there is to see in this spot, because it's a little. I was hoping for a little bit more from the experience. Anyways, I do want to take a quick minute and see. Oop. Oh, it's one too far. I just want to see the one that's tracking the current. I'd also be really curious if I could count the number of resets that I've had and compare that. So if I sort of subtract, so we're at 89. Where was it? So what I would be interested here was that right now we're tracking 89. So again, one hypothesis is in the next timeline we're on to number 90. Which is interesting too, right? Because that implies that if I were to try and follow the probe, it would lead me to a... It wouldn't lead me to a helpful location. So 54. So that would mean... So like 35 resets is well within the possibility. So like this could be the very first... So 54 could have been the very first time we started playing. It would be kind of neat if I kept track of that, but this is going to be an adventure. I know it. No, no, no. It's the hardest problem in the game. There we go. But yeah, I'm kind of feeling like I've seen what I need to here. Now, I'm not going to be able to check the ship's log, obviously. But let's see if I can take advantage of this time down here. See if there's anything else in the area I might want to mess around with. Yeah, well, I mean, I'm assuming that there's probably... I'm assuming that probably when you replay the game, you can see all the stuff they left for you. I'm assuming speed runs of this game might be a little anticlimactic. But yeah, I mean, the interesting question for me right now is the set of things I can do at very low health. Without a ship. I have a source of oxygen, so I'm not too worried about that. No, I've never actually played Myst, so... I mean, like, I know of its influence. It's not too, you know, I would be lying if I said, you know, it was completely unfamiliar to me, but I've never actually I never actually played the game. I've seen the Quantum Moon. I have not made a lot of progress with it. So I'm willing to guess 600 meters would be outside of the bubble. But it doesn't hurt for me to double check. I mean, if nothing else, that just gives me a reason to come back here. Well, if my only purpose for going down here was to see the module, I suppose at this point I should jump into a jelly and see if I can find the shard. Be careful, my friend. Not that careful. Oh, crap. YOLO! Sort of out of the danger zone. I think I almost clipped through the jellyfish there. This might be a little dangerous for me to leave so close to the edge. I think it's better that I just sort of unsheath the... Alright, well, my efforts are for naught. God damn it! I believe that was out of I believe that was Outworld. Okay, if I can avoid going in the jellies again, I'm gonna be really happy. Thing is, I actually really like to see if that number gets incremented. So yeah, we'll take a quick minute, peek at the log. I'm definitely going back to Giant's Deep. That was nice of them to include the... Okay, orbital probe cannon launched millions of probes, 9,318,054th probe. Located a deep space anomaly matching all known criteria for the Eye of the Universe. The probe tracking module automatically records each probe's trajectory and transmits the data to the Ash Twin project. I found Nomai coordinates marking the location of the Eye of the Universe. So this is kind of interesting. There's this idea that Nomai maybe have created the time loop so that they can keep trying. So that, yeah, one possible idea that's happening here is that in the search for the Eye of the Universe, we allowed for the possibility that the launching of the probe brings the destruction of the sun. It brings about the destruction of the sun that we experience. And so, you know, you have this tremendous cost for this very, okay, so like you have the probability of the event, which is very, very small. You have the potential payoff for the reward, which is, you know, infinite. You know, like it is so good that even though it's an incredibly remote event, its reward is, you know, completely outsized. But again, if you idiot, you've doomed us all, sort of a situation, and the chances are so slim, what's a way that you can get around that? And there's the possibility here that the time loop has specifically been introduced as a way of increasing the chances of the experiment succeeding, which means that basically you can keep running this thing over and over and over again until you get the launch. So, I mean, again, like, it's pretty clear. I'm just throwing whatever theories I can against the new information that that I've gotten, but it's not out of character with the information I've been given already. The ocean is surprisingly calm beneath the current. Some sort of electrical field surrounds the planet's core. I pass through the electric barrier and reach the coral. The coral forest, the planet's core. Oh, that's. I thought they might have been brambles actually. Now, what's interesting here is it doesn't actually say that I haven't found, or that something's gone uninvestigated. However, where was it? Quantum signal from. There's the Hourglass Twins, Timber Hearth, Giant's Deep. So I'm kind of pursuing this one right now because it seems to me that we're equipped for handling everything that Giant's Deep throws at us, and we know that it's outside of the electrical field. More importantly, I also know that I can throw myself into planets with wild abandon. Unless we crash into the gravity gun. Go for it, go for it, go for it, go for it. Okay, fine. Oh no, an island! We're actually a lot closer to an island than I need to stop doing that. Alright. Oh, go to hell. Alright, we'll at least get to the... Oh god, is it on an island? No, it's in the middle of the cyclone. Oh. Okay, I think I see what I gotta do here. So I gotta go underwater so that I can come up underneath the giant cyclone. Clocks don't go that way. So I'm going to focus on the task at hand first. But I will allow myself the possibility. The one thing I want to do is I don't want to breach the barrier. It makes it hard to line up the... Let's just hold. Really? I'm just gonna follow my nose on this one because this is a little strange. Oh, actually that's not as strange as I thought it would be. I'm gonna wind up in the middle of a jelly and I'm gonna get so angry. Oh man, okay, so there's an island. Oh! So I'm gonna guess that dialogue that talked about the number of islands was deliberately ambiguous. I love the views in this place. Okay. Yeah, so I'm pretty sure that dialogue was quite deliberately ambiguous for this very reason. He said there's four, what was it, like there are 4 islands and also the one that, oh, I can never remember what this, the planet symbols are. I'd definitely love to just take some screenshots like this. Like these are, it's a really nice world to live in. You know, minus the exploding sun and all. Be welcomed in this place. This tower shares all with who has the knowledge needed to make his or her first quantum journey. Speed run. We gotta do the wall clip thing. And it shoots me up into space. Enter this place without friends, however, these are... Sorry. Enter this place without friends, however. These are lessons you learn for yourself. So, apparently it does set me up to fall to my death. Well, as I'm fond of saying, and because we've definitely not YOLO'd before this playthrough at all. You only YOLO once. Ah! Hey, nice. Leap of faith. Seek the Wandering Arch. Ah, I bet the Wandering Arch is made out of quantum... Nope. Okay. Oh, hang on. Okay, does this thing... Yep. I'm a little curious about these chambers. Actually, wait, where the hell did it go? Okay, this is really interesting. The fact that I don't see the shard here anywhere. I'm trying to get this thing on the roof. I'm very intrigued by the fact that apparently it's nowhere in this room. Okay, so apparently it's down below. I am going to remind folks about backseating stuff. Observing a quantum object, observing an image of a quantum object. These are the same. Okay, it's already told me something that we found out last stream. Come on. Although I suppose there's the more interesting question of How am I going to get a step lower from here? That's how. Oh, that's all right. This is cute. So that's how they're going to teach me how to do that. Well. Okay, the island shard's still there. Now I might want to make it go away again, so... Oh, well, I wasn't looking at the image anyway, so... Yeah, you know what I think I'm going to do? Okay, so I don't think it's anywhere in this room. Yep, it's down below. So this is, I'm assuming this is like the how quantum shards work tutorial. Wait, did this thing just exhibit quantum? The arch and the crystal do not naturally meet. Ah, yes, okay. So what I gotta do is I need to somehow lock it in place. I have to lock one or the other in place, I think is the idea. Nice. So there's a specific reason I did that framing, because I need to make sure that the arch... Oh man, actually this is a lot more complicated than it first looks. It's all well and good for me to... There we go. Okay, I think I got lucky. This is like a horror movie. When you turn around, it comes just a little bit closer to you. I'm not sure if there's any benefit to me making the thing. Actually, I probably just sent it back. Oh no, actually it's at a lower level. This is a neat way to teach people how the shard works, though. This is the last one, but we made it harder. Is this the developer or the oh god damn it. Those were all in the perfect spot earlier, I think. Okay. Oh god damn it. If I just framed things a little bit better. Okay. I'm not gonna make the same mistake last time, so... Yes, I am gonna make the same mistake. Thanks, Sniper Guy Gaming. Thank you very much for that host. And thank you for putting up with the fact that I didn't have a proper definition for you as a streamer. It's always nice to see you in here. I'd love to know if you do wind up checking out Soma. I mean, I stop by every once in a while anyway, so I'm sure I'll get a chance to see you play it. All right, this is good. I'm not worried about... Okay, so... It's going to be a little bit harder, but I think... Oh, damn it. I probably just lost the... Okay. Oh, I actually need to look at it before. Close. You're kidding me. Oh, no, no, no. That's a fair one. I should have anchored it with the image. There's a couple of other ways I could actually push this in my favor, but I've been able to work with it so far, so I'm not too worried. All right, and I believe I still need to find the arch, so. So there's ways that I could kind of make sure that it's not going to show up there by angling the camera, but I'm kind of okay not imposing that. I'm okay not imposing the that restriction. It strikes me as if I get a little too clever on those problems, then I'm curious if it goes back to the top. Yep. But I don't really think I need to follow it anymore. Oh, okay. Well, never mind then. I've obviously spent a bit of time in here, so whether or not I'm going to be able to go back underwater is another question. But we offer congratulations. You've learned the rule of quantum imaging. Take this knowledge with you to the remainder of your quantum pilgrimage. Remember, the other quantum shards have lessons to teach. Our curiosity goes with you on your journey. You walk in the footsteps of those who came before you, and your path guides those who will follow later. All right. I'm interested in the fact that these guys have masks as well. So while I'm here, I'm going to try and satisfy my curiosity about that, well, while we're at it. This tower had held knowledge. Nomai needed to make his or her first quantum journey. Observing a quantum object, observing an image from a quantum object, these are the same. The Nomai called this the rule of quantum imaging. Remember, other quantum shards have other lessons to teach. Yeah, this is the big challenge, is that that's cool that we got through that, but we didn't actually learn anything that we didn't already know. And obviously, I wasn't able to make it to the quantum moon based off of the intuitions I developed earlier. But that's fine. What I'm going to do here is I'm just going to get a bit of a read on what's going on with what's going on with the counts, assuming I have time. And I don't kill myself. Okay, I figure this will give me enough time to sort it properly. Not as much time as I thought. As long as I keep my head. Crap. Feeling a little, ooh, I'm feeling very nervous, but we got it. Okay, so again, I've kind of accomplished what I wanted out of this run, but I am sort of interested in seeing if I can get any information on I'm I'm interested in seeing if I can get any information on that count. And again, I'm not clear how much time we have left for this cycle, so... I did not realize it was 3:40 in the morning, so I might also have to make this the last run, but we'll see. Oh wait, I wanted the other side. Oh well. Yeah, that's a totally different direction, so I wouldn't be surprised if... Yep. It's definitely keeping track of... it's definitely keeping track of each cycle. Again, it's not 100% clear to me whether or not the cycle where I saw the Nomai statue was the one... Oh, actually, yeah. So that raises an interesting question. So if because I'm pretty sure I spent a lot of time running around. I spent a lot of time running around the city. So if I have this idea about the fact that the launch. So if 9,318,054 is supposed to be the first run, I've allowed for this possibility that it's the searching for the eye that produces the cycle that will end us. But I'm not sure if I spent enough time. Like I don't know if everything blows up when you're if you're just walking around the city. I'm pretty sure they wouldn't do that, but I don't know. So yeah, I mean, there's the possibility that by exploring... All right, I think this is the Doom music. It's really similar to the underwater music, though. No, this is definitely the Doom music. But yeah, so the question that I don't have answered right now is whether or not the destruction of the star is initiated by the search for the eye or the launching of the gravity cannon, because we clearly see that when we wake up. Or if it's the imprint that does that. I think it would be less likely that the imprint of the statue does it. Embrace me, Jelly Mother. But definitely... Oh, come on. I'm gonna get zapped. Well, I wasn't expecting that. I don't think I went through it. I think I just got pushed out of the edge. No, I'm not gonna make it. Actually, I was a little too scared there. I probably could have made it at the last minute. Yeah, so this is the opening question. Why the sun dies at the time that it does. I definitely think when they're talking about the dangers of using the dangers of the reactor, I think there is definitely the possibility that brings about a cataclysmic event. Definitely the idea of the cycles, the fact that you're going to have an easier time finding an event with incredibly low probabilities by just simply rerunning the experiment over and over and over again. But it's pretty clear to me why we're stuck in the cycle. I mean, I guess the other question would be, you know, did the Nomai create the cycle? But it would seem to me that that is part of the experiment that they're running.
We've been to... Oh, I can't look at the map right now. Such and something hollow, Timber Hearth, obviously, Giant's Deep, Bramble. Okay, so we've been to Timber Hearth, the Addle Rock, Brittle Hollow, Giant's Deep, Dark Bramble. Oh, I guess it kind of indicates if I've been to it, I guess? We haven't been to Ember Twin, or maybe it's just always gray. Hollow's Lantern we haven't visited. We've definitely visited the White Hole. I'm not quite sure what that thing around the edge is. I haven't visited the Interloper. I feel like there's more stuff for me to do on the Addle Rock, but I think we've already pursued all the rumors. Yeah, White Hole is my go-to when I get a little over-enthusiastic with my piloting. Doesn't include the sun as a location. Oh, this is neat. I never even thought to check this. So I really need to start thinking about bed. Maybe as a last step, I'm going to take a quick trip to see if I can find the Quantum Shard on Timber Hearth. Well, I mean, I took the coffee so that I could do an extra run, but I'm getting pretty much close to I'm getting pretty close to the like a two stream run. So it seems just, well, it's already 3:45. I mean, maybe, okay. I'll make a quick run. I'm not going to promise that I'll see this through to the end of the cycle, but let's yeah, that's a museum shard. That doesn't help me. Oh, hang on. This is where the seed is. Oh, come on. Really? I don't want to have to deal with a seed in the... Or I don't want to deal with a shard in the seed. I'm slightly curious if we can chat with... Hey-oh, Hatchling. Thought you were taking that tin can of yours into space today. What are you still doing here? Me? I saw something crash over the horizon, and I didn't like what I was seeing in the pictures my little scout was sending back, so I thought I'd come over here myself and take a look. Is that a dark bramble seed? You think so? It's nothing I've ever seen on Timber Hearth before, so you're probably onto something there. Whatever it is, put down roots in a hurry. I don't like the look of this thing, Hatchling, but and that's a fact. I think I'll set Marl and Hal loose on it. Best to get rid of this mess sooner rather than later. No one can remove an unwanted plant faster than a tree keeper can. I'll have to get a look at what's inside the seed first, though. Don't want to set anybody up to hacking a potentially dangerous plant without a better idea of what's lurking inside there. Tuff can help me haul the old scout launcher over here. Obviously, the opening is too small for anyone to fit inside, and anyway, I'm not going to blindly stick my hands into anything that looks as unpleasant as that seed does. It's a good way to lose an arm or two. I threw a little scout in the seed. You did you? Are you telling me that it's bigger on the inside than on the outside? This is going to be a chore to chop up, and no mistake. Can we even remove a seed that doesn't have the decency to stay the same size all the way through? Maybe I'd better grab an extra axe or 3 just in case. So, bless needs a little damage. So one of the things I'm thinking of here is the possibility that, you know, whatever... So if I'm able to stop this cycle with the destruction, we still need to address the fact that the seed is on Timber Hearth. Otherwise, you know, we give up one form of destruction for another. Also, before I launch... Okay, fortunately, it's not... Okay, so the museum's charged 300, so we're basically looking through the planet for that. Okay, so it shouldn't actually be that far from the museum if I'm reading that correctly.
Let me up! There we go. But yeah, so it seems to me if we leave this seed unresolved, then we just give up one doom to Timberhearth for another. I'm pretty sure we were here already. As you can see, I've since given up on being anything even resembling a decent pilot. I think the problem I ran into here was I wasn't really able to navigate the cave effectively enough to find the artifact. I wanted to try and cheat a little bit with my landing. Alright, let's try and... If I can land this thing on the... Nailed it. Okay, so 200 meters, huh? And the museum shard? It's basically through the planet. It seems like it's worth the shot. Oh no, I forgot my suit! Alright. I don't really know how badly I want to find that seed, but let's, like I said, I'm almost certainly at this point I'm not gonna go to the end of the cycle, but let's see if I can at least get a ballpark for where the museum. Oh crap, okay, let's just stop for a minute. I'm not even gonna worry about the ships one just because I'm too much of a clown in terms of... Okay. So just reorienting the ship. That's more like it. I know what happened there. There we go. So I got some although it occurred to me it may not actually save the fact that I found the Grove Shard, because it's like I actually think I need to hit like a save point before it'll recognize that. Well, I'll deal with that at the time. I mean, there are lots of inventive ways that I've been able to exterminate myself in this game, so I'm sure I can find quick endings if I'm really eager. There's a strange rock shard in this grove that moves when I'm not watching. It emits a signal on the quantum fluctuations frequency. So I'm gonna guess there's probably a temple nearby. If I want to lock in the save, this is the time to do it. Now there was a signpost, but I keep forgetting that just the quantum shard actually allows for multiple things to move around. So, it's always dark in the ancient glade, the quiet shade across old bark. Found a poem written on one of the trees in the grove. I wouldn't normally be coming back to check the log each single time, but I needed to hear this. Trying to get as broad of a view. Oh man, that's a hard target. This rotation is a little odd. Alright, I don't know if this is actually going to accomplish what I think it will. Well, it looks like it's staying put. Oh, neat. Okay. I think this is my reaction to everything in the game, is to say it looks neat. Alright, so... Again, I just want to make sure that, because I see a big landmark, that I'm not missing the opportunity to check out other interesting things. It's not at all clear to me why I want to keep everything fixed in the glade right now, but I figure I've got it where I want it right now, so let's... Chert's research notes, property of Chert. I've detected a strange signal coming from somewhere within the grove in this crater. It's very similar to the signal emitted by the quantum moon, so it stands to reason that the two signals are probably related. We don't know much about the quantum moon, seeing as no one's been ever been able to land on it, but hopefully studying the signal in the grove will reveal more about it. Interesting. So, I guess the big thing for me is the question of... I've normally been able to rely on some kind of a Harthian temple where these shards show up. We do have evidence of Harthian mining on the planet, but I guess there's an interesting question as to whether or not they would want to leave a shrine. I mean, definitely what I'm reading from the game would be that I should be expecting some kind of a lesson on the quantum shard. But then that invites the question, you know, where exactly I'm going to be learning this, right? Okay, so it looks like the signpost moved, but not the shore. Oh, maybe I'm wrong about that. Yeah, so this is sufficient to fix it in place. But again, the question would be, you know, what exactly am I earning out of that? Let's maybe take a minute and see. So we'll say across Old Bark. Okay. Whoa, 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 hang on. So the order changes. Quiet Shade across Old Bark and the Ancient Glade is always... Oh, no, hang on. I think I just said I was going to go... So we say the Quiet Shade. I just want to make sure that there's not some kind of directions hidden inside of that. Always dark and the Ancient Glade is also match. Huh. All right, well, again, it's very interesting. But I'm not 100% sure what I'm supposed to take out of that, other than the fact that the poem works in different orders. Maybe there's supposed to be some sort of association. So it's always dark in the Ancient Glade, across Old Bark, the Quiet Shade. Sure if I'm supposed to read anything special out of that. I believe we... Yeah, we have this as the Grove Shard. Nope, it looks like... Oh yeah, of course I would have lost the... I would have lost the signpost. It's always dark in the Ancient Glade, the Quiet Shade across Old Bark. I want to preserve this. But again, then the question is, why am I trying to preserve it? I think, as much as I'm enjoying this, I think it's pretty clear I'm at the edge of my capabilities and patience at the moment. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to take the opportunity to experiment with a little bit of the, with how the fire stuff works. I mean, it doesn't hurt to take a chance and just see the overall shape of the planet, too. We have 2 sources for waterfalls. I mean, could have been better, but... Oh, actually, you know what? Sorry, there was a note from before. So we'll probably review the notes at the start of the stream anyway, but... Church research notes mention a quantum moon that no Hearthian has been able to land on. Well, I mean, again, it's nice that it's giving me these updates, but it's at this point it's kind of telling me... it's kind of telling me some stuff that I already know, but... Again, I'm not going to complain too much about that, because the times that it is helpful, it's very helpful. But I want to get a little bit more of an idea about what resting at the fire is going to do for me. There's our pilot, ready to get this beauty off the ground. Hey, what can I do for you? You're lucky I'm in a time loop, because otherwise I'd be super dead. And you're lucky I don't have you grounded for medical reasons, because I have no idea what you're talking about. Sun is going to go supernova, by the way. Oh yeah, the observatory has an exhibit about that. Between you and me, I glossed over some of the finer details. Astrophysics is really more Hornfels' domain. Me, I'm here for rocket science and marshmallows. The autopilot flew my ship directly into the sun. Had an exciting dream, did you? It's not exactly impossible for the autopilot to get you too close to the sun, but it's not like it'll try to take you there on purpose. Make sure the sun isn't between you and your destination when you engage autopilot, and you'll be fine. That definitely was not autopilot that took me into the sun. Oh, that ship is a death trap, right? Well, yeah, it's a death trap, but a really powerful death trap. What, you suddenly care about safety now? Maybe I'll take a minute and see if Hornfels has anything about the supernova. I was originally going to see if there was another path through the ghost matter, but because I put away my suit... Well, I mean, I guess I could pick up the suit from the mine. I mean, it could be worse. I'm looking to kill time, so... last I visited, Hornfels didn't have anything for me, but... There's the interesting question, too. So if other people were looking at this statue, I'm curious why it imprinted on me specifically. Hey, look at this. The statue opened its eyes. Bet you wish you'd seen that happen, huh? Me too. I'm not even a little closer to understanding what's going on with this statue. Found Feldspar. You found Feldspar, and they're in Dark Bramble? Stars above, this is wonderful news. Thank you. Thank you for finding them. That Feldspar didn't immediately want to join you on your ship and return here is incredibly Feldspar of them. We were never entirely sure what Feldspar was thinking back then either. Still, we ought to fish them out of that dreadful place with all haste. I'll radio Gossan and have them prepare a ship. It really should be Gossan who brings Feldspar home. Again, thank you. You can hardly imagine how profoundly happy I am to hear that they're alive and unharmed. Okay. Stars like our sun generate light and heat by fusing hydrogen and helium. As it grows older, the star runs out of hydrogen and starts to contract. As the star's core contracts, it gets hotter, causing the outer layers to expand. The star has become a red giant. When the core is hot enough, it starts to fuse helium into carbon. Hang on. As the core contracts. If the star is massive enough, it will continue to fuse carbon into even heavier elements like iron. Ultimately, the star will collapse under its own gravity and then explode in a violent event called supernova. Based on Church's observations, this will one day be the fate of our own sun. Right, so I think it said I was going to go back to the mine just to see if I could get the... Well, assuming I can find the probe in the mine. It may not give me that. I always find it really weird that you get the flashlight, but you don't get anything else. All right, yeah. So this is a different suit that doesn't give me a probe. All right. I mean, that was careless of me, especially if I want to just mess around in the city, but. Looks like I actually made some pretty... Oh god, actually this is a tough decision because it would be nice to get a little information about how the rest works. But I do kind of want to see if there's a way to navigate the ghost matter. Okay, let's see if I can have it both ways. Guess I don't need to worry about the elevator for this. Damn it. Yeah. A little too close to the spooky stuff. So it's full of, I mean, if I wanted to get around it, I could have just done that. Oh, this is interesting. Let's see. Yeah, well, well, again, I missed my opportunity to see... Careful. I missed my opportunity to see any of those other mechanics. There was somebody down here? I mean, this is interesting enough that I'm willing to have given up the chance to see any of the rest stuff. I wish I could. I mean, this might just be interesting in its own right, as opposed to being some kind of. Well, you know what? Probably gonna get sucked into this if I go there. No! I want to go all the way. There we go. What is this? I gotta get some indication of my bearings. Oh no, we're gonna
Boom. Oh, it's obstructed. Wow, okay. Well, that gives me something to try out next time. Okay, that was a neat little discovery. I mean, again, I don't know if it'll actually give me anything, but that was a fun little discovery at the end of the stream. It is, however, 4:15 in the morning, and I appreciate so many of you sticking around for this for so long, but I also have to have a feeling that people, you know, it's nice to have longer streams, but I have to assume to a certain extent people don't want to miss too much of what's going on. But this is neat. I mean, it's interesting to get. Okay, I got you. So this is basic. Excuse me. This is basically the save option, I think. But yes, we will reset the loop and go to the main menu. I like this game a lot. You know, I will admit it would be nice if I could do. I'm sorry I don't have the music going. I just need to open up Chrome to see if I can find someone to host tonight. I'll admit it would be nice if I had more time to stream the game, but there's also, I mean, there's so much stuff that I want to be able to stream as well. I'd love to get back to Chimera Squad, for instance. More Age of Wonders Planetfall. There's just too much stuff to play. So I don't mind making this a definite Friday game for now. And I will do my best to maybe add some extra days and whatnot. But, oh, you know what? This is a nice and unexpected surprise. It looks like Octavian Zero is streaming. Apparently he's having some trouble streaming. So I always get to talk about him, but I don't get to host him very often. But yeah, like I said, I really like playing this. I like the progress that we made on this as well. So thank you, everybody. Azure Wind, Sniper Guy Gaming, Outworld. We also had Uncle Cranky host us tonight. Sorry for anybody who I missed. Again, I need to make sure I record a Morrowind episode this weekend. I'm also due to play something with Johnny Big Time this weekend as well. So whether or not I can get an extra day in for Outer Wilds, I think that's a bit of a remote possibility. But I do want to do my best in getting that. You know, if I can, I'd like to do more of this game if I have the opportunity. But I think at this point, it's probably not a bad idea for me to leave it, and we will carry on. I guess I'm kind of open enough for a new planet next time around, so maybe we'll start. I guess the question is if I look for more quantum shards or if I look for other opportunities. But for now, I'm going to leave you in the capable hands of Octavian Zero, who, if I know him, he every once in a while will do Risk of Rain 2. But I definitely know him as a Path of Exile streamer. He's very good at the game, and he's really, really friendly. So I hope you guys have a good time, and we will see you Monday for the regular stream, Wednesday for Cultist Simulator, and next Friday for Outer Wilds. Until next time.